So it's a quick.
Sorry.
We like to make sure that we have a quick safety briefing to talk about a couple of things. Number one, we're not expecting severe weather today, but if it is, you're in a great spot. So you will shelter in place here, okay? You're away from the windows, close the doors, shelter in place here. We'll come find you. All right, number two, this building does not have a sprinkler system. It doesn't have a fire suppression system, but it does have a fire alarm system. There's the horn and the strobe, that pretty little red thing that's on the wall, right? There's one right there. We're not going to be doing a test today. We're not going to be doing a fire drill today. So if the horn and the strobe go off, what do we need to do?
Get out.
Leave the building, right? So where's your evacuation route? And where do you go for what we call your rally point? Go out the doors, down the hallway, turn left down the main hallway, back to the lobby, the way you came in. Most of you came in that way. Go out the back door, down the sidewalk, and there's a statue with a fountain over there. It's a really cool statue. If you haven't seen it, go see it. That's where you'll go. That will be your rally point. Lisa is responsible to count noses to make sure everyone that's in this meeting goes to the rally point. Make sense? It's real easy. You either stay in the building if the urgent situation is outside, you're going to stay where? In the building. If the emergency is in the building, where do we go? To the rally point. Okay, that's it. Does everyone know where the restrooms are? The housekeeping. Back down the hall, you came in and they're right there. You can't miss them. With that, any questions? Thanks so much. Have a great meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, James.
Okay, now I'm going to do a little bit more housekeeping work, just real quick. I mean, if you need coffee, go ahead, get your coffee. That's fine. You can hear me while you're getting your stuff together. So what you see on the screen up here is what will be projected on Zoom. So people that are involved with the Zoom meeting, that's what they're going to see. The cameras are set up. Unfortunately, the only camera that we have in this room that can grab this whole area is that camera to my left. So it will be exactly as you see it. Unfortunately, those of you that are sitting on this back wall, your faces won't be seen. We'll see your backside. Sorry about that. The cameras will not zoom in to the person that is speaking. It's going to be exactly what you see. If somebody shares their screen while they're presenting, that's what we'll see. So it'll be basically just like Zoom, but you're going to see this instead of your individual pictures. Like you said, restrooms are down the hall after you go out of the room to the right, like going back out to the front, and they're going to be on your right hand side, right, left, and they're on your right. When we go breakout for the breakout session, the breakout rooms are going to be out the door to the left. You're going to make a left, and there's 3 breakout rooms right there, and those are set up and ready for you guys to go with the computer. And we have Jack here is one of our conference and planning. He's helped set up the room today. So if you need anything that techie or room wise or any help, please reach out to him or myself. We can help you. I have Daniel Prada and Bill. I don't know Bill's last name. Bill's is in a hidden back room over here, handling all of the Zoom stuff for us. So we have them on site as well. Trying to think of anything else. Help yourself to snacks. Oh, the mics. I just wanted to say real quick, there's one microphone on each of the 4 sections. It should pick up everybody's voice from where you are. There shouldn't be a need to pick it up and move it. If we feel like we're not hearing you, then we would ask that you move it. That's fine. It's not going to hurt it to move it. But
Very important. Can
we
mute it?
You sure can.
I would love to find out how we can mute it.
You pick it up and you move it.
You move it?
Yeah, you press the button on the bottom.
Oh,
Okay.
mute. I thought you said move. I'm like, of course you can move it. That's what I just said. Oh, so the mute button is on the front right here.
And
So-
if you have to hold it down for a second.
Yeah, and this will turn red, I believe. Right?
It did.
Yes.
It did with her finger. Apparently my finger doesn't work.
And then just push it again to undo. Okay, and your electric outlets that I normally have on the ends of the table here
No, because I can't.
are
see.
under the
Will you
table.
please mute that? I
The
wanna
tables are a little
see
bit thicker
you
and they wouldn't clamp on, so they are underneath the table. You do have outlets under there if you need to plug in anything.
Do we have a wireless password for in here? by any
Maybe
chance?
you should have received it by email. Everyone
Okay.
has to have their own separate. If you don't have one, I will get Jack to help me see if we can get yours resent to you.
Okay.
Just FYI, mine, it came from, it said Wi-Fi, it was from, that was what it was from. I thought it was spam, and I didn't even open it up and read it, so if you got that, it's actually legit.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
And I recalled it, so yeah, that's what the from email was, it just said Wi-Fi.
Oh, right, there it is. Okay, thank you.
And I will be sitting over here in this corner behind the monitor on the right. If you need me, you can kind of just wave at me and I'll come help you. All right, I think that's all I had. I will turn it over to Chairman Michael and let you, if you are ready, we can get started.
Okay, I'm gonna get logged into the internet
Absolutely.
and then start if everybody's in their seat and ready, or everybody's going to be.
Okay, that's what I thought. And he's gonna keep-
Let me get logged into the computer here.
The internet is or yes, is that the network? Anybody knows the actual
That
network
is
itself?
where I was a while ago,
I
yes.
guess yeah.
One other quick announcement. If you were not an RCT member, if you didn't sign in, if you will please sign in, because if we have a safety evacuation, I'm responsible for you. And if I don't know you're here, I can't be responsible for you.
You're on your own.
So there's a sign-in sheet outside the room here. If you'll sign if you're not an RCT employee. I mean, RCT member.
Man. Gee,
It wouldn't let me log in.
it wouldn't?
No. It didn't let Karen log in either. So
Tell you what then. I'm going like hotspot.
that's what I did too. Thank you.
Do this another time. We need to get this meeting started. Chairman Daniel is here and we need to get going. Okay. Let me. There we go. Okay. I guess are we recording in the back? I guess, Daniel. Okay, great. Okay, let me just first of all, welcome everyone to a very important RCT meeting. We're back in person and we're really grateful to have everyone present. This COVID cloud that we've been in has been kind of challenging, tragic for some, and we certainly do have thoughts and prayers for those that struggled or even perished. So please keep them in your thoughts and prayers. But we're back in person. I'm excited to see you all here. This is a great day to be back in person at the RCT meeting. So thank you all for being here. Let me open with saying we've got the pleasure of having Chairman Brian Daniel here and Executive Director Ed Cerna, and he'll be showing up soon, I presume. But I would ask that, and of course, unfortunately, they've been asked to come down from the higher seats in the back of the room to come sit at our table, which we appreciate very much in their presence. But if you wouldn't mind, Chairman Daniel, if I could make some announcements prior to calling on y'all to yield the floor for as long as you would like to speak. We'd love to hear from you, but thank you so much. Appreciate that. So let me see. I'm going to open some notes here for myself. like I said, this is a new era in our TWC meetings. We're calling it a hybrid meeting. I like to call it a hybrid broadcast meeting because some of our members or participants may be logging in with us and participating via Zoom, but then there's those of us that are here in person, and then the broadcast part of it is that we have opened our meetings. Of course, we're still, open to the public to come sit with us and watch our meetings in person, but we're actually broadcasting this now. So with this large state of Texas that we're so proud of, it's important that everyone, not everyone, but anyone that wants to can register and see what we're doing here and participate in our meeting. And, if you registered for public comment, have public comment, but if nothing else, just observe it. And we certainly welcome everyone that's online watching us now today. So I'm glad you're here, and we look forward to having much more transparent and productive meetings that you all will be able to see exactly how we do what we do, and hopefully it will have a very positive effect on all parts of it. So thank you all for that. Let's see here. Desperately would like to find my inbox. Let's see. I'm gonna go to my phone. And by the way, it's not an if, but when we have glitches, we are very likely to have glitches in this system, and it might even be a human glitch. So please practice patience with us, and we will certainly work to resolve it as quickly as possible and get back to business at hand. But anytime you bring on a new system like this, there's definitely going to be some glitches, and that is we will deal with them as quickly as possible and get back if it goes offline or something like that. Also, we might have weather in the area a little later, and if weather might possibly knock out electricity or something, there's supposed to be some pretty big storms coming through, so just be aware of that, so that we don't want y'all to miss any of this. However, we might be forced to by electricity going out or something. So please be aware of that. Okay, while I find my notes, I'm going to go ahead and yield the floor to Chairman Daniel, and we are grateful to have you in the room, and thank you so much for being here. Always an inspiration for you to be with us, and we've come to your building, so we're grateful for welcoming us here. So without further ado, Chairman Daniel.
Well, thank you very much. I am glad for everybody to be here. We get so much more done in a meeting when we can all be together. Technology is wonderful, and it solves a lot of problems and can actually speed some things up. But what I've noticed during the time that we've been meeting by Zoom is we sort of miss that human element, and I think we come up with better answers. And so I really am glad everybody can be in one room and work together. And for those that are still participating by Zoom, what a wonderful technology we have that you don't have to miss the meeting if your travel schedule's taking you elsewhere or you can't be there. Zoom's been quite a tool for us during the pandemic and even on into this sort of post-pandemic period of job creation. Zoom created so many opportunities for us to continue our work, but frankly, I found Zoom to be I found it to be somewhat stressful for me because of the need to set up a home studio, figure out what tie I could wear with what pair of shorts and flip-flops. I mean, it was just a lot of things about Zoom that just really frustrated me. But I know it's a good tool, and there's others, WebEx and Teams. We use several here at TWC. These technologies, and not just those, but all the technologies that we saw as a result of the pandemic, I think we need to pay attention to those, because I think they give us some opportunities in the workforce to really
help employers understand how they can put together the workforce they're looking for, and particularly with groups of people that they might not necessarily have taken a look at before. Technology revolutionizes that in a lot of different ways, and I think we learned a lot from the pandemic in that regard. The job market right now is very interesting. So you may read media reports about the Great Resignation, and they only gave me 10 minutes today, so I don't have time to tell you why the media is wrong about the Great Resignation. I will if you give me the time, but not today. We've been seeing increased movement in the job market for the last 10 years, frankly, and 10% more people quit their jobs every year to move to a different job simply because we have more options in the workforce. And where we find ourselves today is no exception to that. We've set 5 consecutive records in terms of job creation in the state of Texas since November of 2021, March being the last one. We have created 150,000 new jobs in Texas during the first quarter of this year, which is the most we've ever created in the first quarter since we started keeping those records. Employers in this state are creating a lot of jobs. We have the most number of Texans working in payroll jobs today than we've ever had in the state. And we have 600,000 open jobs in this state at the same time. So not only do we have jobs that need to be filled, employers continue to create new jobs. This creates a lot of opportunity for the job seeker. It's one of the reasons why you're seeing wage inflation and a little bit of wage pressure, but you're also seeing employers being very creative in how they fill those jobs. So whether we're using tools like Zoom, Teams, WebEx to create remote work opportunities, I think employers are also interested in finding what I would simply call alternative sources of talent, meaning they might take someone from another industry. They might be willing to use technology to create an opportunity for someone who has a particular disability that they are certainly willing to work around. They might be willing to create opportunities for veterans or foster youth. These are groups that, frankly, at TWC, we have expertise in working with, but it's the employers that really have to be willing to take that last step. Now, this particular committee, this council, does a lot of good work. But I think one of the things that you do that I'm most significantly impressed by is that your ability to help package things so that employers can understand how to take that last move to get those folks into their talent pool, into their workforce. I think that carries a lot more power than even sometimes I think you think it does. Our ability to help employers use not just our vocational rehabilitation program here, but the available technologies to really create a talent pool that chooses from the best talent available is going to be the only way that we're able to fill the 600,000 open jobs right now and the jobs that are likely going to continue to get created in this state. So from a purely statistical standpoint, we are at a point in Texas economics or in our workforce history where we've really have to take all of our programs at the Workforce Commission and use those to help show employers how they can get to where they need to get talent-wise. There's still a number of people moving to the state. They're following the jobs here. This has been true in the United. John Steinbeck wrote a whole bunch of novels in the 1930s about this. This is not a new thing for the United States, people following jobs. Some press reports have called us the new California. I don't like that. We're simply Texas. We will continue to create jobs in this state as long as we can maintain the economy to do that. And for the 18th year in a row, we were just ranked the best place for business one more time. There's a lot of reasons for that. But at the tops of all those lists are workforce. And simply put, our ability to ensure that as many Texans who want a job in this state, that we're able to find an employer that's able to hire them. That is our highest and best mission at TWC. So a job for every Texan that wants one and a Texan for every employer that wants to hire one. And we can get there. I know you guys have a lot of things on your agenda and you talk about lots of different things, but at the end of the day, our ability to enable employers to tap into all the talent pools in this state, that's really what takes us places. And it's what helps us keep setting these records. So Michael, thank you so much for giving me a few minutes. Everyone, thanks for making the trip in and for your participation. And I'm glad we're all here. And I'm glad the folks are able to watch on Zoom too. It is the future, because the future is now, or something like that. But I think we've got so many opportunities. I'll let you get back to your agenda, and I'll be in the building this morning. So if anything else comes up, holler at me. I'll be glad to come back down.
Oh, Chairman Daniel, thank you so much. And yes, the future, we're going to keep an eye on you with your social media postings. Your future of you may be in acting. So he's got, if you haven't seen him, go check him out. Some of Chairman Daniel's team have made some great videos. We were just speaking about him. He is instrumental in helping design them and act them, and they have a good time, and that's important. But they're getting the message delivered and through, and that's what's kind of what that's about. But anyway, thanks again for making it lighthearted and interesting, and also for being here, Chairman Daniel. We appreciate your presence again. Chairman Daniel's usually right up in the center of the room, the other direction, right under the Texas seal. So we appreciate your coming down to our table and joining our meeting. So thank you for that. I've been also, I wanted to make sure that those watching and those of us present, that Chairman Daniel's right there and we know it, but whenever if you're watching online or in Zoom, or the camera is only able to point one direction at our table. It encompasses the whole table. And unfortunately, Chairman Daniel and Director Cerna, who's going to join us on Zoom, I see him online now, but unfortunately, the camera is not able to point it at Chairman Daniel. So please excuse us for not having the ability to do that at this point. But there he is. See, he just turned around, so he is here. So thank you, Chairman Daniel. Appreciate your presence, and again, it's always an inspiration. So thank you very much. Executive Director Cerna prefers that we call him Ed, but it's important. I know we know who he is, but Executive Director Cerna, welcome. Thanks for joining us on Zoom.
I appreciate it. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person, but we have a rule that the chairman and I can't be in the same place at the same time. Something about crossing the streams, and it doesn't end well, I think. No, I'm just kidding. I just happen to have back-to-back meetings, both in person and Zoom meetings. One thing that the chairman said with regard to the use of this technology, meaning these virtual meetings, is that that's the future. It's kind of scary to think that I'm the future, but that's okay. On a serious note, as the chairman pointed out, our economy is booming, and everything points to us, particularly with regard to vocational rehabilitation. Everything points to us needing to strike now. We need to boost our efforts to make employers aware of the potential employees that we serve through our VR services that the RCT supports through its leadership and guidance. We need to redouble our efforts to make sure that our current customers are introduced to opportunities with employers, that we connect those current customers to employers that need workers. And we need to improve how we outreach to potential new customers, people that don't know that we're here to help them. We need to educate the individuals that we can serve and make sure that they are aware that that we're available to help them get the tools or the assistance or the training that they need, so that they can enter the workforce, or maybe even start their own business. Now's the perfect time, because it is a job seekers market. Employers of all types are seeking individuals, both for remote work as well as in-person work. And most of the jobs will be still in person. You know, you cannot work from El Paso for Tesla in Austin, and you cannot work for Samsung in Round Rock from the Valley. But there are several opportunities to get people into those positions, as well as opportunities for people to stay, and the chairman alluded to it, to stay in the Valley and fill positions through remote work, provide much needed services to individuals virtually. So we have these chances, not these chances, but these opportunities that we face, and we need to take advantage of it now. We at TWC across the board, not just in VR, but I focus on VR because of the RCT's role in supporting us in this area. We need to redouble our efforts to make sure people know we exist, that we can help them. And by people, I mean both employers and job seekers. And on the job seeker side, especially individuals with disabilities that just need a little bit of help from us, or maybe a lot of help from us. We need to make them aware that we're here to assist them and then help them find that position that they then can participate in the economy like everybody else is. And that's really what we're striving for. So with that said, I want to encourage you all to continue your work efforts. Everything that you have done so far has been very supportive and very useful to the agency. And I would encourage you to continue to do that, because we can't succeed without your support. The chairman pointed it out ideally when he said, you are an ideal link, not these words, but he said, you are an ideal link between employers and the services that we provide, and helping us explain those services in, I'm going to say, in plain language versus governmentese. So thank you very much for everything that you all do. I'm going to try to find some time to get down there to at least say hi and shake hands when I can, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity at the beginning of the meeting to at least say hello. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to hand it back to you.
From here. Thank you very much, Executive Director Cerner. We appreciate your time and your presence. And of course, both of you, Chairman Daniel and the Executive Director, are welcome to stick with us or stay with us as long as you would like in this meeting. We are also well aware that you are both very busy and have other things to do. And so if you find yourself excusing yourself and getting back to doing the business of Texas, we certainly understand and appreciate that. So, but you're of course welcome to stay as long as you like. So, but thank you so much for your words and comments. Okay. I have a couple other housekeeping issues that I didn't cover a moment ago that I wanted to back up and take care of if you would allow me to. We have a member of the Policy and Support of the Texas Workforce Commission, Deputy Director Vocational Rehabilitation, Jason Baden, who worked with us through the whole COVID cloud, if you will, the COVID situation. And he unfortunately, or fortunately for him, has taken on a new position, and he wrote me an email stating that he would like to say something to us as a council. And if you would give me a few minutes to just share what Jason wrote to me that I could share with you all now. He said, given that I'll be leaving my current position at the end of March, I will not have the opportunity to say goodbye to the members in any type of official form. If you could express my appreciation and gratitude to the council and members for their support and partnership on my behalf, I would greatly appreciate it. I've really enjoyed working with you and the team, and more so than anything, I value the relationships that we have formed over time. You all do incredibly important work on a volunteer basis, and I want to thank you for that and encourage you to keep doing great things. If I can ever be a resource of assistance, don't hesitate to reach out. I'll be maintaining the same email address. Best wishes, Jason Baden. So, Jason, we felt his presence and we appreciated his hard work and dedication, as I'm sure Ms. Fuller did. So I understand he's within the system somewhere. Okay, so we haven't lost him completely, but anyway, I wanted to share that in lieu of Mr. Baden able to be here. So thank you for that. One more thing I wanted to do on a somber note is the VR divisions across the country lost somebody a couple of months ago, Miss Sherry Taylor from West Virginia, who was she the chair of the NCSRC or vice president? Yeah, Vice President Treasurer, NCSRC, and a great spirit, great vocational rehab spirit. She just hard charging tell it like it is, lay it on the line gal that was a great advocate for us on a national level. And some of us were able to meet her in conferences and what have you. And I think in Jacksonville, we met her, right, Miss Lisa GW.
Lisa MW.
MW, sorry.
You gotta start getting them right.
I know,
Yeah,
I know.
all the Lisas.
There's four- I think there's still 4 of us, right?
My apologies.
Four.
So, but she was a sweet person that was really hard worker, and we're gonna miss her. The country's VR system is gonna miss her because she was quite a energy building person. It was a lot of fun. Anyway, I just wanted to recognize Ms. Taylor, and we certainly feel for her family and friends. So keep them in your prayers as well. Okay, so with that, let us move on to, let's see, we have how about the VR division report update? Ms. Fuller, are you available?
I am. I'm ready to go. I think I can even work this clicker. So if we can bring up my PowerPoint. It's actually both Jeffrey and I presenting to you this morning. Good morning, members. It is so exciting to see you in person. I have missed this. I've missed the opportunity to just have conversations and get to know you and be together as a group. So I've been very much looking forward to being back in person. Yes, Jason Vaden is still with the agency. He is working with Mr. Cerna and our Deputy Executive Director, Mr. Townsend, working on how we can, as an agency, really look across the agency to bring our strategic planning efforts together. What an incredible asset for VR while he was with us, and now while he is working across the agency, because he knows about our programs, he knows about our customers and our priorities, and he takes that to his next position. So as much as I was disappointed to lose him, and so were Tammy and Scott, the 4 of us worked together very closely. I was thrilled at the opportunity he has and how that will continue to benefit us. We are working diligently to find a new Deputy Division Director for Program Policy and Support. I am working very diligently indeed, because I'm covering until there's a new deputy. And I think we're close. So hopefully I'll have some good news to share with you soon. But yes, he so enjoyed working with you and working in that role. Jeffrey and I are on this morning to talk to you about how we are doing with our performance. Specifically though, we have some general updates I'll start with, and then Jeffrey will talk to you about the success measures we have for our goals and priorities in the combined state plan. This is really what drives our work that you feed into in such an instrumental way. So he will share how we're doing over this last quarter on those success measures. I will then give you an update on the implementation of the strategies that we are working on to try to move those success measures in the right direction. And then I'll give you a little budget update, and we will do our very best to do a hard stop on my piece at 11:30, because Jeffrey and his team have some ad hoc reports that I think are excellent information for you. And I really want to give him the time to do that, which I did not do last time. So Mr. Chairman, if you've got the long handle with the hook, you just about 11:30, just say it's time for Jeffrey's ad hoc reports.
Well, we're ahead of schedule, Ms. Fuller, so
Surely.
I look forward to you chewing that up, though. That'll be fun.
Surely I
That will
can
be
pull
fun.
that off. Right?
I look forward to it.
All right. So we will get started this morning with the general updates. This is just my opportunity to share with you a few things that are going on in the division. I try to keep it to a few because I could spend a couple of hours on this, which would not be helpful. So the first thing I wanted to talk with you about is the CSAVR Spring Conference. it was one of those things, since it was all virtual again, I wasn't quite sure how many members were able to attend. How many of you were able to join any part of CSAVR? Stanfield, I think we had a couple of others, and it was a really good conference. The conference again focused on the theme of VR program performance. This is a national conversation, as we've discussed before. The association and our colleagues in the National Council of State Agencies for the Blind in CSAB, we're collectively focused on what we need to do as a national program to significantly improve the performance of the program, both program and fiscal. And there are really three strong threads of conversation that we're having. One is recruiting and retaining qualified VR staff. We've talked about this for a couple of years now in this committee, and we've talked about it nationally as well. I don't know of any state director who says, whew, this is not a challenge. So this is something we really collectively want to work on and figure out how we as a national program can identify strategies to move that needle. There was a great presentation from some of our colleagues on strategies they've been implementing. I was excited because I love to learn about what other states are doing, but also because I could check the box on almost everything that they talked about, that we have been taking decisive action on those type of activities. But we're still working on it. The other thing that is kind of a national conversation is how do we streamline and redesign our processes, our VR process. There was great conversation in a pre-conference session about rapid engagement. What can we do to shorten the time between the time someone contacts us and they begin to receive services? Because we all, as a customer, expect after our contact to a potential business, we want to receive services pretty quickly. Our customers are no different than that. We have some important steps in the process, but how can we rapidly engage customers? So this and other ways that we rethink the processes we use to serve our customers is another one of those critical areas around VR performance. And then the last one, you just heard Mr. Cerna speak to it. We have talked about it. It's how do we increase awareness? How do we make sure the public is aware of the services that we offer and able to access them? And so these three areas continue to be a priority for our National Association. As you know, I will be stepping into the role of president of the National Association on July 1st. My colleague, Daisha Johnson from Oregon Blind, has done a fantastic job, so I have big shoes to fill. At the meeting, we did elect the president-elect who will work alongside me when I'm in my term as president, Dave Dokas from Connecticut Combined. And we are committed to continuing this conversation. And so if you have opportunity to attend CSAVR in the fall or next spring, you're going to see us continue to focus on these things. One of the presentations that I always pay attention to with extra focus is when our federal oversight partner, the Rehabilitation Services Administration, gives their update. I mean, they have a perspective that the states don't have, right? We understand our states to some degree, we understand each other and the national program, but they really have quite a different view. So when they talk to us about what they see and what their hopes are and the opportunities are and the concerns are, we pay very close attention. So they shared an excellent presentation where they were trying to look at the trends in the VR system, particularly pre-pandemic, and how we are performing during the pandemic and hopefully coming out of it. And what they did was they showed a series of graphs that compared the first two program year quarters of program year 19, 20, and 21. And so what that essentially did was look at the July to December timeframe for each of those program years. They did that because we're still in program year 21. Program year 21 is not over until June 30th of this year. And so then they showed a series of charts that looked at how many individuals are coming to the program, are applying, are being determined eligible, are getting an IPE, individualized plan for employment. How many students with disabilities are we serving? And the fiscal performance of the system. And so this was very, very important information for us individually as states and collectively as a program. I have the PowerPoint and I'm happy to share it with Lisa to make sure you all have it as well. But what I would say is, you know, anytime you're looking at a chart that has all of the states, I'm looking for Texas, right? Where are we? And what I can tell you is that the charts that they shared with us in performance, they showed, like, for example, intake of applicants. So they listed all of the states, from the states that have had either an increase in applicants or a very small decrease in applicants, to the states who have had the most significant decrease in applicants. Same thing with determined eligible and plan and number of students with disabilities served. I was grateful to see that we were in the top 10 or higher in terms of having the smallest decline in those areas. And in the number of students with disabilities we serve, we just blew the doors off of the national performance, because we showed a 977% increase. So there are a couple of reasons for that, members. I mean, we didn't just completely turn up the volume in one area or another. There are two things. And I think if I give you the numbers just for Q1, you'll see what I'm talking about. So I looked at Q1, which is July, August, September. We've got a lot more cooking in the summer months with students from 19, 20, and 21. So I can just give you numbers and you'll see what I'm talking about.
If I might interrupt one moment,
sir.
Ms. Fuller, I would like to recognize that is compared to other states in the union, not all states did that well. We did
Right.
a lot better than many other states, and being such a large state, that's not such an easy task. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are right. We had a 977% increase. District of Columbia, 778%. Of Washington State, 280%. And then the next highest was Oklahoma at 72%. So we really did show up on this one. But two reasons, and you're about to hear those reasons. We need to hear the numbers. PY19 Q1, 17 people we reported. Now we know we were serving more students with disabilities than that in July, August, and September of 2019, but this is well and truly pre-pandemic. So same quarter for 2020, 2,217. Same quarter for program year 21, 5,036. So see, we went from 17 to 5,036. Now, why did we have such a huge jump? There's two things that were happening here. The first thing is, you've heard us talk about how our systems have to change, and our habits and our processes have to change to capture the information that is important as our laws change. This was one we really had to do some systems changes. We tried a couple of things that didn't work as well. And then we implemented a new process and a new part of our system that made it easier for our staff to capture what we were doing with students. So you see a big jump from just that PY19 to PY20, but PY20 and PY21, we were in the pandemic, like full on. And what our teams did in the field was just redouble their efforts in every way to use virtual opportunities, those virtual career fairs, loaner equipment for students who didn't have it. They worked so hard to make sure that while we couldn't do in person, we could do virtual services. And a shout out here to our providers who did the same thing, right? We weren't the only ones turning on a dime here. Our providers had to turn on a dime with us. And so this is a collective, this is a system achievement that we were able to continue to serve so many students during that quarter. So I spent a bit of time there, but I just wanted to let you know that this was a very helpful presentation. That this showed we've got work to do. as a national program. And we still have work to do in Texas. And that's why we're focused on some of the goals we're focused on. But this was encouraging. It was encouraging because I think we're headed in the right direction. So I wanted to make sure you were aware of that. Just know that we will continue to follow these national trends, and I'll try to keep you updated, and I will do my best to represent Texas well over the next year as I have an opportunity at CSAVR to play a larger role. A couple of other things, you know that RSA comes to see states about every 5 years. They come visit us, they do a monitoring review. They do a lot of visits with us in advance of the monitoring review. We provide more documents than I can count. And then a little bit over a year later, they issue a report. If that report has findings, and I have yet to see one that hasn't, although I would like to receive one with no findings, then we enter into a process of developing a corrective action plan. We work with RSA on that plan. We give them updates every quarter, and then they tell us when the actions are resolved. So we've been working on our corrective plan in earnest since last year. We had an update due on January 30th. We just had one on April 30th as well. We then give the RSA team time to look at our update, saying, here's what we've done to make progress, and then tell us if they consider the findings resolved or partially resolved. And then we continue the work to the next quarterly update. So in this January update, we submitted some policy changes that they looked at in advance about the types of documented progress for measurable skills gains, just making sure we're clearly capturing the type of documents that are allowable, and also clarifying some language around successful closures to make sure that that also aligns with federal regulations about the length of time that someone is working after they get the job before we close the case, and the gaps in that, should there be any. So we submitted that. We think that finding is now partially resolved since they looked at those in advance, and we're hoping it will be fully resolved as soon as we publish all of those changes. In the area of financial management, we are almost through. Once we submit our final federal report for the 2019 grant, then all of the financial findings will be fully resolved. And so we hope to wrap this up soon. That's our hope. We'd like to close it out. It can take, 12 to 18 months for most states to close out their corrective action plans, because even if you do what you need to do to correct what RSA identified, they'll still want to follow along for a period of time and just continue to receive updates. Last thing, the Rider 48 report, I keep mentioning this to you, or next to last thing, because the report's coming to you and the legislature. So this is the rider from our last legislative session that requires us to prepare a report, which is an inventory of apprenticeship and internship opportunities for people with disabilities. And we have been working diligently on that report. Jonas Schwartz and his team, along with the team that includes other representatives in the agency, from labor market and career information to workforce development. We've had really good participation. They've drafted the report. It's in its first round of review. Members, as Jeffrey mentioned last time, the report asks for several data points. We have some of them. Some of them are data that are not collected. So we can't report what is not collected, and we'll explain that as well. So I'm hoping we'll be able to give you a briefing on the draft in August, so that you have an understanding of what's in the report before you get the final. The last thing on general updates, Senate Bill 50. This has been so important to our work and has been at the core of one of the things we talked to you about at the last meeting, about our desire to really expand and enhance our efforts with our partner agencies at TEA and Health and Human Services Commission on employment first. Senate Bill 50 actually directs Health and Human Services Commission to establish rules and a process that ensures Medicaid waiver participants who want competitive integrated employment can achieve the goal. And they have to, HHSC has to develop strategies, certainly with us, to increase the number of individuals that are getting employment services either from us or from their waiver program. One of the critical pieces of us being able to do this is that we have the data sharing agreement and framework in place so that we can share information about who we are each serving, so that we can see how those referral processes are going, who we're serving together. And so we have a data sharing agreement in draft. It is being reviewed by the HHSC legal department before it comes over to us for review. And we really hope this thing is inked by August 31st. And that really sets the stage for data sharing that will be so important. You know, we have requested and invited our 2 partner agencies to work with us on an expanded effort that would focus on not only data sharing, but also processes for referral and service collaboration, training of our respective staffs, and then evaluation of how we're doing. I'm very pleased to tell you that both agencies have responded favorably to the invitation I sent them in March and have designated points of contact. And we're hoping to get together as agencies and talk through that and see how we might improve our work together in this area. So that's another one for stay tuned. All right. I think we're ready for Jeffrey. Jeffrey, are you on?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'll turn it over to you.
Understood. It's an honor to be here this morning, and I'm excited that it seems like the hybrid approach to our RCT quarterly meeting is working. This is a wonderful arrangement that will allow more people throughout the state to participate in our quarterly meetings while preserving the option for in-person interactions for those who are local. So, I think I've lost the PowerPoint presentation, Director Fuller.
Me too. They're on it.
I spoke too soon
Here we
about no
go.
technical difficulties.
Keeping us on our toes, Jeffrey. Here we go.
That's all right, Jeffrey. I made it very clear, opening the meeting, that this very well thing may happen. So don't you worry. You get it back as soon as you can, and we'll, have you got it? Okay.
Understandable. Yes, I see the PowerPoint now. So my name is Jeffrey Miller. For those who may not know me, I am the manager of the VR program reporting and analysis team within the Division of Information, Innovation, and Insight. And we help evaluate the VR program to make sure that we're staying on mission, and we act as an early alert system to any course changes that need to be made. And in collaboration with the RCT, we've identified 6 goal areas where we're focusing our evaluation. So we want to improve provider recruitment, retention, and support, first of all. Second, we want to streamline VR policy, process, and procedure, and improve workflow processes and tools that facilitate timely service delivery, so our customers don't have excessive downtime. Third, we want to recruit and retain VR staff. We want to, fourth, improve and develop additional user-friendly resources to maximize customer choice. This is a topic that has come up many times in the past few RCT quarterly meetings. Fifth, we want to improve VR staff knowledge and system capacity to support service delivery to customers. And sixth, we want to increase and enhance partnerships with employers to better understand employer needs when hiring people with disabilities working with VR. So let's get straight into the first goal area. How are we going to measure success? So for the first goal area, we want to see an increase in the percentage of active VR service providers and the total number of available providers. If we see more providers statewide and we see that these providers are being engaged, that will tell us that our provider network is recovering. Next slide, please. So how are we looking right now? Doing a comparison of Q1 for the past 4 years, we can see that although our active provider numbers have decreased, as well as our available providers, the proportion of providers that are actively engaged with doing business with us has increased. That's a positive direction. And from 2021 Q1, where we bottomed out, we've had some slight recovery this year. So for the first time in the past 4 years, we see that our active provider number has increased by about a dozen providers. Our available providers, however, are still decreasing. A lot of that is due to cleaning up inactive records in our system. So we have some providers in RehabWorks that show as active that should not show as active. Bottom line is we're trending in a positive direction with activity rate, and that's what we want to see. Next slide, please. So, second goal area, how are we going to measure success here? We want to see that the median time from initial contact to participant status in the VR program is stable or decreasing. That means that our customers are moving through the pipeline in an expedient manner. We also want to see an increase in the percentage of those determined eligible who move into an individualized plan for employment, because in order to keep services expanding into the population for people with disabilities, we need to have a steady flow of customers into the VR program. And by looking at the rate at which new participants are created and come into our program, we can know whether our total participant numbers are going to go up, stay the same, or go down. Next slide, please. So how are we doing on this? Again, looking at Q1 for the past 4 years, we can get a comparative view of how our numbers are changing in Q1 of the calendar year. We can see a positive trend here. The number of new participants we have is going up, relatively speaking. Last year, during Q1, we had 4,604 participants join the program. This year, we had 5,229. So we're seeing a recovery from that pandemic era and its immediate aftermath. At the same time, the median number of days it takes to go into a participant status has slightly decreased from about 106 to 107 days in 2019 and 2020 to 102 days at present. That's a positive direction. We want to see median days at least remaining stable, at best going down. If it goes down, that means that customers are getting into active services with our program quicker. Next slide, please.
Jeffrey, did you hear the question?
Yeah, all right.
I did not hear the question. Can you
Yes.
please repeat that, sir?
Hi, Jeffrey, this is Gennady. We're trying to figure out how we work the mics here.
Oh, not a problem, sir.
Jeffrey, do we know what's the national average? And continuation of that, what do we think the good looks like? Shorter the better, clearly, but what does good look like?
We do not know the national statistics on the median days it takes to get to from initial contact to participation. The requirements for the VR program focus on the time a customer should remain in application phase and eligibility phase. And I defer briefly to Cheryl for that. I always get it switched. Is it a 30 days application and 60 days eligibility?
So the federal guidelines are that we have 60 days from application to determine eligibility and 90 days from eligibility to having assigned a plan. So that's 60, 90. We have on the front end of that we want 30 days from initial contact to application or less. So that's where Jeffrey gets the 30, 60, 90, but the 60, 90 are the national requirements.
Understood. And by that metric, we're doing very well. Because right here, I'm looking at median time from initial contact to participation. Because from the perspective of information, innovation, and insight, we're concerned about the time it takes from a customer to walk in the door to the time that they are a VR program participant according to Workforce Innovation and Opportunities Act criteria.
And this is Karen, for clarification, the participation status starts at the time of an individualized plan for employment.
That's right. So this chart is showing that in 2022 Q1, the median number of days it took for a customer to go from walking in the door to having an individualized plan for employment was 102 days. And given the 30, 60, 90 day expectation, this is really good performance. Any further questions before we look at the participant creation rate? Understood. Then looking at our present slide, we see that the number of new signed IPEs has increased considerably from 2021 Q1 to 2022 Q1. And here we're looking at all prior eligible customers. So back in 2018 Q1, the percent of eligible customers who actually made it to a signed IPE was about 78%. In the past 2 years, 2021 and 2022, however, we've managed to raise the bar and bring the participant creation rate up to around the neighborhood of 90%. And that means that about 9 out of every 10 individuals who are determined eligible for the VR program now actually move in to active services with the VR program. Any questions about this? It's really positive movement. So I'm pleased to report on that. Moving to goal area 3.
Jeffrey, Ms.
Yes.
Gordon has a question.
Oh, yes, please proceed. I'm not sure that I'm hearing the audio on your questions. I apologize.
Do you have any breakdown of disability groups by any chance for the movement of cases? Like, for example, deaf, blind, orthopedic, et cetera?
We do not at present, but that would be an easy request to ad hoc. We could look at the participation rate across the 5 major disability categories that RSA uses, for example. And one of those would be persons who have deafness or communicative disorders.
And what about, what are they? What are the 5, real quickly?
So communicative disabilities is one. Then you have physical disabilities, psychosocial disabilities, intellectual and learning disabilities, and blindness and sensory disabilities.
Thank you. I really would be curious to see, particularly the blindness and sensory disabilities. Thank you.
Understood. I think that it would bring a lot of insight to take a look at that. So if the RCT would like to submit that as a request for my team to do an ad hoc request to look at the participant creation rate for major disability categories, that would certainly be doable. And I think that that would bring some insight. Any other questions before we proceed to goal area 3? The past few years have had a major impact on our staff, and we've seen some higher than usual turnover rates. And with turnover rates come concerns about whether we're preserving our knowledge base, because when you lose experienced counselors, either because they're moving on to the next chapter or for other reasons beyond our control, you also lose some of that institutional wisdom and expertise. So Goal Area 3 was created to keep tabs on how our staff are doing. And so we want to see a decrease in annual staff turnover rate. We want to see an annual increase in the proportion of qualified vocational rehabilitation counselors. I defer briefly to Cheryl to explain what goes into determining whether a counselor is qualified.
So members, this is part of the CSPD comprehensive system of personnel development that is in the combined state plan. A qualified VR counselor is one that has the experience and education that meets our requirements. So that is a master's degree in rehabilitation counseling or similar. That is very important. And also that they have experience working in the VR program. This is part of our career ladder opportunity. And so you will see that our career ladders are built around a counselor achieving that qualified status. Some candidates come to us with a master's degree in rehab counseling. Sometimes the best candidate in the pool does not have that master's degree. They have a bachelor's degree or in a related area or in a different area. So what they can do when they come to work for us, if they're the most qualified candidate, is that they have 7 years to complete their master's degree and to achieve that educational benchmark. And then of course they immediately receive the intensive training and experience working on the job. So our goal is to have people hired with that master's degree, but we don't always. So we have a path for them to get it while they get the training and experience on the job.
Sure.
And this path is important because, as we've discussed in previous RCT meetings, there have been certain developments in the area of higher education that have resulted in master's degree programs in vocational rehabilitation not being as common as they were previously. So we get a lot more counselors now that have related degrees, but not necessarily master degrees in a counseling field.
Jeffrey, Ms. Bowden has a comment.
Yes, please proceed.
To ask that question, are there limited colleges that offer the master's degree in rehab counseling? I know SFA does, but like, is it limited of where they can go?
We really have, I think, an excellent array of colleges our counselors can go to. They can go to University of North Texas, Stephen F. Austin, UT Rio Grande Valley, University of Texas, El Paso. There are a number of programs. I'm sliding some now with apologies. Texas Tech, oh goodness gracious. Get in trouble with the chairman. So Chairman Daniel's a Red Raider. Nobody tell him. And there are also some online programs that are out of state in neighboring states. So we really do have a wealth of opportunities for our counselors to pursue that educational attainment.
And it's important to emphasize that those options do exist because we do have a plethora of options for people to get master's degree in vocational rehabilitation counseling. Yes, please.
You mentioned related fields. If a person has a degree, say in guidance and counseling, for example, and it's in, would they be considered over, or how would that be handled?
So We have a team actually that works for our Deputy Division Director for Program Operations, Scott McCune. He's here in the room, so if I need to phone a friend, I don't have far to go. But if someone has a degree in a related field, like let's say they have their LPC, then the team that works for Scott, they review the courses that someone took in that degree. And if there are courses that align with what is required in a rehab counseling master's, then they do get credit for those. They just have to take the courses specific to rehabilitation counseling that they did not take in their own master's degree program in that related field. If they have a master's degree in an unrelated field, or if they have a bachelor's degree but no master's degree, then they're going to need to complete the full program. But someone coming in with a related degree may just need a few classes. Scott, Tammy, all right, got that
Do you know
right.
How long the program is? It's 5 classes or 10?
The master's degree is a full 60-hour
So
curriculum.
if somebody else, if somebody has the master's in education and they want to go into rehab counseling, would they just take the full load, or?
They would get a second master's, or we would compare to see what courses are in their education masters and in the rehab counseling masters. So they could have some benefit there if they're the same courses. But if they do not have the required courses in rehabilitation counseling, it's very important to us, has been historically important to this body, that they achieve that educational attainment in that degree.
Have you had to dismiss counselors who didn't go through that
Yes.
process?
Yes. There are not exceptions. It is rare, but it has happened. And this is something that we try very hard with our counselors. They know up front when they're hired what the responsibility is. They're expected to meet this responsibility. They have 7 years that they don't have to start at the year they are hired, where we're giving them all that intensive new counselor training, but they have opportunity to do this, and we will pay for this. And so it is an expectation of the job and a standard that we hold firm.
Absolutely. And although the demographic of the counselors we recruit has changed in terms of background, there are benefits to bringing in counselors with more diverse backgrounds. But we do want to make sure that we continue to see an increase in the proportion of QVRCs. We want to make sure that that remains high. And let's take a look at the trends that we've seen recently. Next slide, please.
So Jeffrey, right before you talk about trends, Mr. Powell has a comment or a question.
Yes, please proceed.
I heard benefits just now, but I just want to make sure, is there a program to keep the counselors on their job? And once the seasoned counselors that we have, how do we keep them? How do we sustain them?
Well, we keep our seasoned counselors a number of ways. And one of them that's probably most important is that we have a career ladder for counselors. So they come in as a counselor 1. The salary depends on their education and experience. After they are in the job for a while and they complete the required training for that level, they move to a counselor 2 through that career ladder promotion. They can move up all the way to a counselor 4. You cannot become a counselor 4 unless you have your educational attainment. So unless they can be a QVRC. But we just expanded our career ladders to include a counselor 5. This is one of the things we've been doing to improve our recruitment and retention, is expand our career ladders so we can have, in effect, a senior counselor who has that experience and can perform other functions such as mentoring new counselors. If they would like to continue in the agency, and we sure hope they would, and they want to do something more, then one of the things you see in VR is that our staff that move up in management or move into specialization areas as program specialists often start as counselors. Case in point, the 2 deputy division directors, that are in the room with me over field services delivery and program operations. Both started as VR counselors. Melinda Paninsky is in here as well. Melinda does statewide projects for us now. She too started as a VR counselor. And so we really, given the specialization of this work, we try very much to create opportunities for our folks to move up. And then we also, as Jeffrey mentioned, encourage people from different backgrounds to come in and share that perspective too. All right, Jeffrey. Ooh,
And
that's
to
tiny.
assess, oh yeah, it is a little tiny. So I will do my best to read the details on this slide to make sure that it's accessible for everyone else. So to assess how we're doing with staff retention and keeping our proportion of QVRCs up, we're going to look at turnover rate, and we're going to look at the proportion of counselors who are QVRCs. First, in terms of turnover rate, the pre-pandemic annual turnover rate for the VR program back in state fiscal year 2019 was 14.7%. That's high. That's nearly 1 out of every 5 people left the program that year. Now, looking at Q2 and SFY 2022, we've had a year-to-date turnover rate of only 6.45%. That is definitely movement in a positive direction. We're seeing the turnover rate stabilize and minimize. That's exactly where we want to go. Looking at how turnover rate varied across the state, it was there was a low of 5.2% in Region 1, which is the Panhandle in West Texas. There was a high of 8.97% in Region 2, which is Dallas, Fort Worth, and Texoma. Now, pre-pandemic, back in state fiscal year 2019, 75% of our VR counselors met CSPD requirements and were qualified vocational rehabilitation counselors. So that's 3 out of 4 already had QVRC status. 1 out of 4 was working toward it in that 7-year period that Director Fuller mentioned. In previous quarterly meetings, we've seen that the percentage dipped down into the 50% range. The good news is right now, as of Q2, SFY 2022, 61% of our counselors are QVRC. So we're seeing a positive direction in that measure as well. Turnover's down, the number of qualified counselors is up. Next slide, please. So moving to goal area 4, we're looking at positive trend or success being measured by an increase in the proportion of SSI or SSDI customers who receive benefits counseling or counseling on work incentives. That is a mandate for people who are receiving public benefits. They need to be offered these counseling services. They may not necessarily take us up on the offer, but the offer needs to be in place. We also want to look at an increase in the percentage of customers indicating they agree that they have input in choosing service providers in the quarterly customer satisfaction survey by Westat. Over the past few years, we've lost a substantial number of our providers, and that has impacted perceptions of customer choice. So it's important for us to track our customers' experience. Next slide, please. So how are we doing on these 2 measures?
Jeffrey, before you talk trends, Gennady has a question for you.
Yeah, question or statement. Yeah, we'll figure
Yes,
out.
please proceed.
So a little bit more. Scott is here, right? Scott, good to meet you in person. First, a bit of recognition for Scott, who did a ridiculously good job of reaching out to something like 20 states. And we poked a little bit about this question of choice. And the observations were interesting. When we asked about choice, and we tried to do it to make it clear, we're asking about choice of providers.
Correct.
The responses were from our friends in other states. It seems nobody else is concerned about choice of providers. Where they are concerned is once somebody is in the program, once somebody is receiving services and they're working with their providers, do they actually have a choice that's based on information? So I would like us to think about how much effort do we really want to put into this idea of choice of providers versus focusing on choice of services based on information with the provider that's available. And I'm saying that for two reasons. One, it was, at least for me, quite interesting that out of Scott, 18, 20, something like that, we are really the only ones that are really poking specifically at the idea of choice of providers. Maybe we are the smartest people in the union. Maybe we're just overly concerned with things that are not that important. Could be either, could be both. And the second, if we really look into the customer satisfaction with the services provided, it doesn't seem to correlate to did people have choice of providers or not. People are happy with the services that they received. They got jobs, they got really good service from whoever they were paired with. So whether or not they had a choice of provider doesn't really seem to matter based on what we've seen in the customer set data. So we should really think through, I think, on how important is this and how much should we really be focusing on specifically, do we have a choice of providers? And it's also important that this may be considered as a surrogate for, do we actually have enough providers in the area? You know, it could be considered as that, which is absolutely important. We must have enough coverage geographically and by specialty that we truly have enough coverage across all of our regions in Texas that people can get that service. But is the actual question, is it important to have the choice of providers? Based on what I see, I'm not sure it is. And I'm not sure, based on all the other objectives we have, that that goal is on the same level as everything else.
Jeffrey,
Thank you for your extremely insightful comment.
and Jeffrey, you may want to, we were just talking about this. So this, I think, might also be a great opportunity for you to talk about how we can look at this together in a way that's instructive for the program.
Absolutely. I'll give my thoughts first and then defer to you for your thoughts, Director Fuller. So we have been discussing this behind the scenes. It seems that the most important part of informed customer choice is that our customers have autonomy and direction over the course of their rehabilitative services. And now, is the important part of that autonomy the choice of provider, or is it the choice of how services proceed once a provider is in place? I tend to agree with you, Gennady. It's more about directing services that are provided. If we focus on informed choice being about just the selection of providers, we're going to predictably see that the perception of informed customer choice will go down if we lose providers and will go up if we gain providers. Right now, I think the informed customer choice question on the Westat survey is just a proxy measure for our provider base and how it has decreased over the past few years. And we already know that we've lost providers. So the insight that this question is bringing to us now is limited. And I think we can definitely work together to finesse the question, if desired, to focus on the aspect of informed customer choice that gears more toward, does the customer feel like they are in the driver's seat when it comes to the services that are being offered and provided?
This is Karen. I'm in agreement with what you guys are looking at. I think we are capturing, we don't have a lot of providers, so you know, to have a redundant question about that. But what I'd like to do, being part of the policy committee, is to provide you, the committee for customer satisfaction, what the regulations say about informed choice, because it's a lot of different things besides, you know, having a choice of providers. There's a number of categories that go into informed choice. If you guys want to look at a different question to capture that, you can look at that information to do that.
That's exactly it. That's
Yeah.
exactly it. It seemed you're asking not the right question and you're
Yeah.
reacting it.
So if you want to look at it differently, I can provide you guys that.
And I think Jeffrey, hopefully you can hear me without the mic. Your goal one about increasing the number of providers, maybe it's just a matter of expanding that a little bit to make sure we cover enough geography and cover enough services and to be provided to make it a stronger goal. And that would basically address truly what we're trying to do.
Agreed. It's not necessarily the sheer number of providers that matters. It does matter, but it's more about coverage by providers that are essential to the different services that we provide.
If you go with something like choice, if not, you know, then you got to have some strong criteria for your providers in order that customers do get good quality service and that providers are providing the services and not taking advantage of the agency's money. I've seen that happen.
That's an important point to take into consideration. I think what we're trying to get at is, does the customer have autonomy over how their services proceed? How we word that question, we'll need to hash that out and think very carefully about it. But what we're trying to get at is, does the customer have control over the services they receive? Are they an active participant or are they just passive in the process? We don't want them to be passive. Any further comments or questions about that? I'm sorry, I wasn't able to hear you, sir.
You're good to go, Jeffrey.
Understood. So looking at our goal area 4, the initial data on benefits counseling is as follows. We've got 11,928 open cases that involve SSI or SSDI recipients. Of those, about 38% list benefits counseling on the IPE. Ideally, that should be 100%. And looking at this data from a data integrity perspective, about 74.78% of open cases still may need updates to more accurately capture SSI and SSDI data. So there's a redesign of the SSA screen and rehab works that's been initiated that will hopefully help us capture more accurate data on this so that we can know that public benefit recipients are getting the counseling services that they need, or at least being offered the option, whether they take it or not. So looking at informed customer choice. The question I believe right now is, did you have input in choosing the service provider for services? Not surprisingly, the percentage is low because we have lost a substantial number of service providers. So this is not necessarily surprising given the trends that we've seen over the past few years. There was a time when this percentage was nearer to about 80%. So there's been a substantial slide here. But whether this slide is important or not, from the perspective of informed customer choice, is really up to the RCT subcommittees to decide and the RCT to come together on consensus on. Because I think what matters is, again, whether or not the customer is in the driver's seat for their services, whether they're active or just a passive recipient. And we want to make sure that they have control over their services. So we may need to tweak this question to get at what's really important. Next slide, please. That brings us to our fifth goal area. And we want to know whether customers are agreeing that VR staff provides the guidance the customer needs. We want to know whether our customers agree that our counselors are responsive. And we want to see an increase in engagement between our participants and the program, so that people are not simply passively sitting in an active services category with an IPE, but not actually receiving any purchased services, arranged services, or provided services. So goal area 5 is all about increasing the meaningful interactions between VR program staff and the populations that we serve. So let's take a look at how we're doing on this. Do VR staff provide you the guidance that you need? Overall, we're seeing about 80 to 85%, depending on case phase, of people agreeing that they're getting the guidance that they need. For open cases, it's about 84.1%. For closed cases, it's about 85%. For our blind caseloads, the percent is a little bit lower. This response used to be higher. We used to see about, I think, 87 to 88%. So we've seen some drop. And that may be related to the recovery from the high turnover rate that we had. We're still having newer staff getting used to fulfilling their positions and becoming more comfortable with working with customers. But we have seen some positive direction over the past quarter in this question. So we're trending in the correct direction, but it doesn't seem that we've fully recovered just yet. Looking at whether the counselor maintains communication with you regarding the process of your case. We saw this drop at the start of the pandemic, and it's still recovering. But we've got around 80% saying that yes, counselors do maintain communication regarding their case. So that's 4 out of every 5 people. It's not bad, but that still means that 1 out of 5 of our customers feels that they're not in the loop about the progress on their case. Next slide, please. Looking at engagement rate, we have a positive story to tell here. Back in 2018, in terms of having had meaningful interactions such as a purchase order, counseling and guidance, some substantial action on case like employment or successful closure, et cetera. During Q1 of 2018, only about 67% of people in participant status were meaningfully engaging with the VR program during that quarter. By 2022 Q1, the various initiatives and strategies that the VR program put in place seems to have had a very meaningful impact on engagement rate, because now we see that around 73% of people in participant status had meaningfully engaged in the VR program during the first quarter of 2022. You can also see that the number of active participants has increased by a few hundred individuals since Q1 of last year. Although the number of all of our participants has decreased, and that's related to some pipeline action due to a decreased intake of new participants in previous years. But again, our participant creation rate is up, so we're going to see a reversal of the decline in all participants soon. Overall, we're moving in a positive direction on this measure.
Jeffrey, just a second.
So engagement rate is a service authorization fee, or how does that mean?
So Jeffrey, Ms. Stanville wanted one more run through of what we're counting as engagement.
Just make sure people understand.
Any meaningful interaction with the program, so that could include receiving counseling and guidance from a counselor. It could involve an arranged or provided service or an in-house service. It could also involve a purchase order for anything from orientation and mobility to tuition payment. And if an individual is enrolled in a training program that's mentioned as part of their IPE, for instance, getting a bachelor's or master's degree, as long as they're enrolled, that's also considered engagement with their IPE. So they're included in the engagement rate, even if they don't have any activity besides, say, attending university for the fall semester. That's still making progress within the program.
And you can track that still, like for individuals who might be on the waiver, you're still able to capture those being engaged, even though you didn't have to issue a service authorization for that?
That's correct,
Okay.
because we're looking at enrollment data in addition to service authorizations, and we're also looking at case notes.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Any other questions?
I have one question. This is Lisa Jeske. In Q1 2021, you have active participants at 34,441, all participants at 50,046. So we see an increase in 2022 slightly of the active participants, but a fairly sharp decrease in all participants. So what's the difference between active and all?
So active participants have meaningfully engaged with the program, either through being enrolled in an education or training program, or receiving a service authorization, or getting counseling and guidance, or some other substantive in-house service. All participants just meet the WIOA definition per participant. In other words, they have a signed individualized plan for employment, and they've received at least one service at some point that's in alignment with that IPE. So they've initiated their VR services in accordance with their IPE, but they may not necessarily be currently active. You could have an individual who got their IPE last summer, for example, but really hasn't done anything since, either because they're not engaging with the program on their side, or there's been some kind of life development, etc. So it's simply because somebody is a participant doesn't necessarily mean that they are actively participating in the program at a given point in time from the perspective of receiving substantive services. It's a little bit confusing, but I hope that that clarifies.
Yes, thank you.
Jeffrey, may I add one thing?
Of course, please.
So members, you might remember it's been a couple of years ago now, we talked to you about our work with Jeffrey and his team to look at all of our open cases. So that's all. And then look of those open cases, how many of those customers were we actively engaging? And we recognized that we needed to do a number of things to address that. One of them is making sure that we prioritize active engagement of our customers and really help our counselors have the tools they need to actively engage the customers and effectively manage their caseloads. But we also know we had customers who, for the reasons Jeffrey mentioned, or maybe they gave up on us, worst case scenario, right? We had customers that had an open case, but they had disengaged. It could have been life, it could have been tired of waiting, it could have been any number of things. And so what we have been focused on is making sure that we look at those cases that aren't active, that every single one of those represents a person who came to us at one point seeking services to either obtain or retain or advance in employment. So our goal is not to let's clean up all the cases that are inactive, because we could in haste close a case of a customer who would be interested in re-engaging with us. So we're trying to be very deliberate about working through our cases where the customers have not been active with us to see, is there something we can do to help re-engage them? So you will see us work through that, and you will see a decline in the number of cases because of that, but it should be gradual. You shouldn't see a sudden major drop, because that is not the goal. The goal is re-engagement, not case closure because someone is inactive. We can't achieve 100% success, but every single person that we can re-engage, we want to re-engage. At the same time, we've got to rebuild that pipeline. That is the whole outreach and awareness part you heard Mr. Cerna talk about, that we've talked about. So we have a strong flow of customers into the program. So I just thought I would offer that context about what members may be seeing in terms of all participants and all and active participants. So all participants, open case with a plan. Jeffrey, fair enough? Whoops.
Does this include high school kids that are in the transition program, are they active or?
It would depend, and it does include our students with disabilities if they have applied and become eligible and received a plan. Some students receive services as potentially eligible, so they won't show up in the participant measure, and Jeffrey can talk a little bit more about that. But those are our students who want to one of those pre-employment transition services but don't yet want to apply. They may apply, become eligible, and have a plan, but not all will. So if they have been determined eligible and have a plan, they are in this particular group. So it would include them.
What age can they apply?
14.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Lisa. Madam Vice Chair. Yeah, she does.
Probably, you probably reaction to noise from my end. Cheryl, so is there sort of a process participant disengaging a little bit, you start treating him as a non-active participant, at some point you just close the case. So is there criteria, process kind of emerging, or how does that flow?
There is, and I'm really just proud to talk to you about some of the work of our team. We have a team of VR supervisors who have worked on a project to really put in place some strategies and processes and process flow to reach out to and re-engage customers whose cases have become inactive. This team began their project, it's been a couple of years ago, really looking at how do we identify those customers that are not actively engaged, and what are the processes and strategies we can put in place to re-engage them. That team is now moving further upstream to say, how do we stop this from happening in the first instance? This is exciting because this is where we want to go. It's one thing to get very good at resolving issues. It's another thing entirely to not have the issue in the first place. And so this team of supervisors has, I think, come up with an excellent product an excellent series of processes and strategies that all of the management units can use. They have recently shared that with all of our management units, and Tammy and the regional directors are working actively to make sure we're using those resources. And so I think that is a much improved approach, and those tools are much improved. There has always been in the VR process points at which our counselors are engaging. There should be a joint annual review of their IPE. That's one key opportunity to try to re-engage. Also, we do not close a case without notifying a customer. That policy requires you notify a customer if you're going to close their case. That's another opportunity, but that's not enough, which is why what this team came up with, I think, is particularly promising.
Yeah, it'd be brilliant to see kind of the success stories and how we're getting better at, I can't really call it retention, right? It's sort of re-engagement.
Mhm.
So it'd be, if there's a chance to share some information, either in an email or, I don't know if it's worthy of a discussion item, but the next meeting is probably just an email. It'd be really interesting to see how good did we become at somebody is disengaging and we re-engage them. How does that process really work and breed success? So if there's anything to share, that'd be really cool. At least I would personally like to see it. I'm sure so would many others.
Well, this team does take their show on the road. They have presented twice to me. They presented to Tammy. They presented to our managers. They piloted this. The supervisors that were on this team, they piloted it and refined their process and recommendations before they just rolled it out to all of the units to share with them what they could do. So certainly we've got the results from that pilot. And if members, if you're interested, if that's something you'd like to see at a future agenda, I'm sure they'd be happy to present to you.
Whatever is the easiest, whether it's at the next meeting or just a, canned presentation that's sent out by email, whatever is easiest.
All right, Jeffrey.
Thank you all. Excellent conversation. So just to recap, we are moving in a positive direction with engagement rate, and there are exciting initiatives underway to continue to support that movement in a positive direction. I'm going to accelerate my coverage of the next goal area because I do want to get to the ad hoc request that my team put together doing a comparative wage analysis for VR customers versus all Texans. And there's some really cool insights that I think we can share with you today about that. So moving to
Jeffrey,
goal area.
excuse me, Jeffrey, this is
Yes.
Michael, the chair. We're actually coming up on we're a little bit over our break period. I wanted to find out if there was a time that it would be okay for you to break. I mean, if now, great. If not, if you need a couple more minutes to maybe wrap up a section or something, we'd be happy to sit through that, and then we'll just kind of delay the break or extend the break accordingly, whatever you want. I just wanted to keep an eye on the clock if you could do that for me.
Gotcha. Goal area 6 is sparse, so let's get through that. There's really not much to report about it because of the complexities that go into assessing our relationships with external partners, including through Texas Hireability and the We Hire campaigns. We would like to see an increase in the number of employers participating in training and work-based learning opportunities for students and adults, and an increase in the number of employers participating in disability awareness and inclusion activities. But measuring this is challenging. So just want to announce that our metrics for this goal area 6 are still under construction. And that's it. We can take a break before we get into the combined state plan goals.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jeffrey, for yielding to that. I appreciate it, and working with us on that. And we've got folks in the room and all over the state that may be ready for a break. So having said that, the fact that we're going in a little late here, let's see, 4 minutes. So I'd like to remind all the members that we will be having a group picture. We were going to have it at 10:50 since we're about 5 minutes behind. We'll push that to 10:55. But and then we'll be coming back to the VR division report at 11 o'clock, straight up 11 o'clock. That's all right for everybody. So let's go ahead and break for now until straight up 11 o'clock. But members come back at 5 minutes of so that we can take a group pic. So thank you all so much.
I did want to make one other.
Yes, Ms. Godwin.
The people in person here. There is a break. I'm not gonna tell you that if you want.
Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone back to our quarterly meeting from the break. Thank you for making it back to your respective table in person once again, which is great. And I would like to let Ms. Fuller VR division report continue. However, I would like to, before I do that, recognize Ms. Fuller and her team. So thank you so much for participating with us in getting this quarterly meetings into the hybrid state. It's my understanding in past years, this has been tried a few times and it never took. And, you know, the pandemic, it's a horrible thing. Of course, none of us would wish it on anybody or wish that it would happen to us. However, it did show us that we are able to move forward in electronic formats or a combination of them. And I was grateful to see that when we and Mr. Robinson floated the motion, that it was well received by you and your team, and then executed with great expertise. And here we are doing our first one. So I want to recognize you and thank you so much for that and all the hard work that you guys have put into that. So thank you, Ms. Fuller.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I really do want to thank our VR team, Daniel Prado, and the work that he has done to help us go from in-person in February of 20 to virtual for 2 years. And now we're back into a hybrid mode. And I was just telling Mr. Robinson, look, it only took us a couple of years to try this hybrid approach. And this is our interim strategy for a hybrid approach. And I would like to very much thank conference planning here at the agency for helping us use the technology that our commissioners use every week when they have a public docket and when they have policy meetings. So we're using that same technology and we're grateful for their support. As we move forward, you know that Mr. Robinson continue to be in touch with our Deputy Chief Information Officer and talk about moving to the technology that is even more suited for hybrid meetings. So we're still moving, and we'll continue to, I think, be able to use technology that's more and more suited for good interactive meetings that are hybrid. So thank you to everybody who's done it. I've just learned how to hit the right button. So that's my contribution. But I will be very mindful of the time. I'm going to cover this section by 11:30 so that Jeffrey has time to talk to you about those ad hoc reports. He and his team really worked hard to respond to those requests that you have and to put together information that helps you provide us the best guidance. So I will move through this part. So Jeffrey covered the success measures and how we're doing on the 6 goals in the combined state plan. I wanted to share with you for each of those 6 goals, some implementation highlights. So what are we doing to try to move the needle on all of those success measures? So for goal 1, which is recruiting, retaining, and supporting our providers, we have 5 strategies, from streamlining vendor requirements and processes to ensuring payment rates are competitive and equitable, to strengthening our recruiting efforts, enhancing provider support and training, and ensuring our internal systems for provider identification are current and useful and accurate. So what I thought I would do this meeting, and if this works well, I'll continue to do this, is talk to you about what we've done since we last met on each of these strategies, because all of the strategies in this goal are either partially complete or in progress. So what we've done, if we look at the streamlining vendor requirements, processes, procedures, and documentation, we have launched the review of Chapter 3 of the standards for providers. There is a work group looking at this. We are seeking feedback from our providers through a provider survey, and we'll take their feedback and work through this very significant chapter in the standards. Members, if you are not familiar, we have the VR services manual, which is really the policy and procedure manual for our staff. So it's internal facing. It's of course online, so anyone can see it. But then we have the standards for providers. So providers with whom we have a contract have the responsibility to adhere to the standards that apply to them in that manual. So those have the force of a contract when they enter into a contract with us. Chapter 3 is basic standards. This is a very substantive chapter and is the source of some of the comments from providers about how we can really think about these a little bit differently or streamline them to make it easier for providers to engage. So it covers everything from, insurance requirements and standards for different contract types to safeguards they have to have in place, how we purchase and pay, and also documentation and record keeping and monitoring. So this is a big chapter. This will be a big lift, and that's why this will take us to January 2023, but that has kicked off and is underway. The other thing around ensuring that we have competitive rates, that we have already taken the action to improve the rates for employment service providers by 22.5%. That action has already been completed. So what we are now working on is that solicitation for a vendor who will do a comprehensive review of all of our rates to ensure that they are competitive and that we can update them on a timely basis to keep them that way. To do that, we had to issue a solicitation, a request for proposals. We did that. The solicitation is closed. The proposals are in the review process, and we hope to have a contract awarded here in the next couple of months. And our target for the work to be complete is January. So we are moving right along on this strategy. For provider support and training, part of our larger business transformation project included a Tiger team that have worked to gather information on the areas that providers are most likely to request training. They're working right now to record 6 short webinars, or as Scott's team coined the term, quickenars, on frequently requested topics. They're also working on an FAQ document, and they're updating TWC contacts on the provider resource page on our website so that we get additional information and training to providers. Working on that now, we should knock that out this summer. And then for provider identification, we are just really appreciative of all the work Jeffrey's team has done to develop the provider locator tool. This tool is live in the first 60 days. It had more than 2,500 hits. It's refreshed monthly. They are still receiving some feedback and continuing to refine that tool, but it has been very helpful so far. And we are going to talk with Jeffrey and his team about how we can even further expand and enhance that tool going forward. One of the things that has been really important to our providers that is connected to both the tool and RehabWorks is the county linking for providers. So right now, when you're looking up a provider in the tool, it's going to show their headquarters counties. Many providers serve multiple counties. And so there's a lot of work going on right now to update the information in RehabWorks, to update the information available for the tool. We'll need our providers to help us provide that information early on so that we make sure it is current and accurate. And then we'll have a process on a go forward basis through the contract renewal process or the new contracting process to collect and keep that information current. But once we do that, that will help tremendously for our providers to show up in all the counties they serve. And this is really important for this for this tool and for rehab work. So we are working on that. So this is underway just in the last quarter. For goal area 2, which is really streamlining our processes, our systems, our forms, we have 3 strategies here. We have one of them partially complete, and that is redesigning policy, procedure, forms, and approval processes. And then 2 are in progress, facilitating coordination of services with providers and improving responsiveness to customers, as well as improving our workflow processes. So what have we been working on here? Well, one of the things that is really important for us to do is make sure that our policy manual is easy to use for our staff. Also easy to understand for our stakeholders and customers who may refer to our policy manual when they're trying to understand something. Right now, our policy manual is, I suppose, an understatement to say it's long. We have a really thorough and detailed policy manual. But one of the things we have recognized is that we really need to rethink our approach to this. And we need some expert assistance in conceptual design and technical writing to give us some fresh eyes and bring those skills to the table. And so we have issued a solicitation for a vendor to assist us with that conceptual design and the technical writing. That solicitation also closed on April 29th. We are hoping to review those proposals as soon as we can and have an executed contract in July. And then that will be a significant undertaking, and certainly our policy committee and then the whole of RCT will be hearing about that project as we go. For supported employment redesign, this is actually redesigning our services and our processes to make those smoother. That rolled out in February. That was a significant project. We had great feedback and participation from our provider community, but the project team is going to go back to the work group this summer and check on how it's going to make sure there's not some additional tweaking. And then we're continuing to streamline our administrative processes. The biggest thing that I'll mention here, just in the interest of time, is that we are redesigning our case management system. That is where a lot of the workflow sits for our counselors and therefore affects the flow of services and information as we go through for our customers. And so that is underway. The goal is to have that complete by 2023. August 31st, if there are no technical issues. No. We know that doesn't happen. So our goal would be August 31st, but it may take a little longer. We'll just see. We're right now working hard for August 31st, right, Scott? They're on it. Our IT division has been fantastic to work with us, so has Jeffrey's team. For coordination of services and provider engagement, I just want to again thank Ms. Hodges for her work and her partnership with helping us get those quarterly provider calls in place, getting regional reps in place. And we are now starting after just having our 8th quarterly meeting to also have regional directors come in and talk about what they're doing. And they are working very hard to make sure that in their regions, they're engaging providers and having opportunities to hear from providers. Goal area 3 strategies. This is recruiting and retaining VR staff. And we have worked very hard here. So one of the things we've been trying to do is implement strategies for that will attract staff and retain them, whether it's opportunities for remote work, for professional development, staff recognition, other activities that really can support that recruiting and retaining. And again, I will give a lot of credit to Scott and his team, as well as Tammy, as they've worked through what we can do to make sure our pay is competitive, our career ladders are expanded, and we continue to monitor those career ladder promotions. And so we've done some good work in this area. I would like to acknowledge their work there. Also redesigning training and resources for new counselors and new rehabilitation assistants and developing management training. So I have mentioned a couple of things already, but I do want to mention that we are partnering with the University of North Texas to have a forum with VR and our rehab counseling program, our universities with rehab counseling programs in Texas, where we can come together and talk about how we collectively build a pipeline for future VR counselors. I am really excited about this. And our team member Laura York on the VR side is leading that team with Linda Holloway with University of North Texas. So more to come on that. I'm looking at that clock, Mr. Chairman. And then our training and development department is redesigning new counselor training while they also continue to provide all of the training for our new counselors. And so Tracy Shaw, she is a supervisor over our VR training team. She is here. She'll talk to you later. Thank you, Tracy, for all the hard work you guys are doing to redesign that training so that it can be offered sooner. It can be in modules. It can be both remote and in person. So that our goal is August of this year and implementation beginning the next fiscal year. We have a solicitation on the street for computer-based training on a whole variety of topics, disability, VR, so that can be online training available to our staff on an ongoing basis for both new and seasoned counselors. And that solicitation closes May 11th. And our leadership training program for current and aspiring managers. We should have a contract for that. That was another solicitation where we need to engage some professionals to hold these training academies. We are close. We are trying to get the contract inked with the organization that will provide these academies. And our goal is to launch the first cohorts for both tracks, current and aspiring managers, in August. So we are moving forward. On goal area 4, let me go back here. This is goal area 4 is training and resources for VR staff on LMI. It's developing and enhancing tools for our staff and our customers to identify available providers, and it's training and tools regarding work incentives and benefits. You've heard about a couple of the others. I wanted to focus on work incentives and benefits or benefits counseling services for VR customers. Just Tuesday of this week, the commission approved an increase in rates for 7 of the 10 benefits counseling services that we purchase for our customers. They also approved establishment of a new service and rate for a benefits counseling service specifically for veterans with disabilities. We are thrilled about this. We will now move to an open enrollment solicitation to see if we can increase the number of providers that we can send our customers to so that they can get that good benefits counseling when they have SSI and SSDI and are trying to be very informed about the impact of work on those benefits and the related health insurance. In addition, we are exploring adding benefits counselors, just a few of them, on VR staff. This will really help us with some of the data that you're seeing around Social Security, disability insurance, and supplemental security insurance. The participants we have, that's about a quarter of our participants receiving those important benefits counseling services. All right, goal area 5, improving staff expertise and system capacity. We have 6 strategies here. There's a lot going on, so I'm going to highlight 2 things we've worked on in the last quarter intensively. The work was ongoing, but we're making some real progress. With increasing expertise and specialization of VR counselors, I wanted to give another mention to the work that has been ongoing for a couple of years for a community of practice with our counselors specializing in brain injury and the counselors in the Comprehensive Rehabilitation Services Program at HHSC. This is a joint community of practice. They come together to have joint training and to talk about referral processes together. And one of the things Ms. Stanfield has reminded us of, and rightly so, is that we really need to ensure that this group is also focusing on spinal cord injury because these 2 often are co-occurring. And so we're continuing to build that expertise. We're also working to build some additional expertise for our customers who are just as involved. And we have a program that's gone very well indeed in Region 2. This is with the district court judge for this 283rd District Court. She, partnering with us some years ago, created the Successful Treatment of Addiction Through Collaboration Court. And what that means is that she's ensuring that the probation department and VR and the probationer are working together to try to get that person connected to VR and help them get into employment, which we know reduces recidivism. They just presented at a statewide conference for courts. And we are now engaging a point of contact at every region with some of the district courts in other parts of the state that are raising their hand and say, how do we participate? And lastly, Mr. Powell continues to work with us so that we can figure out how we implement the excellent service from the peer support specialists to assist our customers who have behavioral health diagnoses. They may be co-occurring with justice involvement. And so this is yet another really important thing that we need to do in VR to ensure that those peer support specialists can come alongside our customers and help them be successful. So more to come there. And then the other thing is we are working on some innovative approaches to staffing the VR process. How can we do what we do faster and more consistently into a higher level of quality? And how can we build capacity in our staff? 2 of our sister states have tried some pretty exciting projects. Wisconsin has actually contracted with the University of Wisconsin Stout to have individuals, have employees of University of Wisconsin Stout assist with initial contact up to eligibility recommendation. This was highlighted at CSAVR recently. We're looking at how to pilot that model as well as the model piloted in Indiana, where counselors specialize in parts of the VR process, which helps them really do those processes more efficiently and more quickly. And then all of this is helping our customers get engaged faster. This is our goal. So goal area 5, goal area 6, this is about engaging employers. There are a couple of photos here. So what I wanted to shout out here is that one of the things that we have been working on, and with thanks to both Commissioner Demerson and Commissioner Alvarez, is having recognition ceremonies for the employers who have earned the We Hireability decal. We have had 3 of those ceremonies so far. March 30th, we were in the Valley recognizing 3 employers. April 6th, you see highlighted there, Bloom Consulting. You'll see Mr. Williams there up on the screen. He and Mr. Bloom and their whole team were recognized for their outstanding work hiring people with disabilities. And the Commissioner Demerson, Commissioner Alvarez, Chairman Daniel will continue to work with us to really highlight our employers that receive this recognition.
Ms. Fuller, if I might interject here, I have been noticing that on social media sites and really appreciate seeing it. And because it kind of just makes it more of a public eye thing where people can see that not only are you guys working hard to, make things like that happen, but that it is happening, and that I'm grateful to see employers that some might say take the risk, but I say are getting the advantage of high producing disabled people that are hungry to work and show that they're just as good or better than others in doing a certain job, and I appreciate that those employers are being recognized. So thank you so much for showing us that, and grateful that it's just going on.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. We're really grateful to Commissioner Demerson, Commissioner Alvarez, Chairman Daniel, for being willing to have these recognition ceremonies and to go out in the community and really highlight the employers. Several of our RCT members are participating in this. You saw McLean's coming up later this year, and we've just been thrilled because what a powerful message to send to employers in all types of industries, that hiring people with disabilities is good for their bottom line. If they get talented, productive workers, and to really elevate that has been fantastic. Stay tuned for more information on the annual Hireability Employer Forum. That's another forum we do in partnership with the Governor's Committee on People with Disabilities, as well as our agency leadership and local partners. So we're looking forward to being in the big city of Houston in person in October. So stay tuned for more on that, and we'll continue to bring information to you. All right, Jeffrey, I know you're looking at your watch because I promised you 11:30, but let me give members just a couple of highlights on operating budget and expenditures. Members, this is important. I never want to shortchange this. I'm always happy to come back to provide more information if you have more time in the meeting. Happy to do that. But in summary, you see here our operating budget for the year, $274,822,034. It is broken out here over salaries and wages, which includes employee benefits, travel, operating expenses, and client services. So what we have for you here that is tiny on the screen, this is not Jeffrey's fault. This is me. I'm the one that did this PowerPoint. So now that I see how it looks, I'm going to do better to make it not so tiny for the next meeting. But what you see here on the screen is our fiscal 22 budget, our expenditures as of the first quarter, our expenditures as of the second quarter, what we've encumbered. So the difference between encumbrance and expenditure. Expenditure means we have paid the vendor, or this payment is out the door. Encumbered means it's obligated for a service that has not yet started or is in process but hasn't been billed and paid. So that's what you see between encumbered and expended. So total obligated then is how much of that total budget is spoken for, either because it's already been expended or because we've obligated those dollars for a specific purpose. And so you see that as of the end of the second quarter, which is halfway through the year, we had total obligated of 170 million with budget remaining of 104. Members, this is a significant improvement in our client services expenditures specifically. We have been working very hard to increase our client services expenditures so that we can grow into that grant growth. This is a huge focus of ours because that represents services we can provide customers. So we never lose sight of that. And I'm really grateful to the staff for how hard they're working to increase those services for our customers, and we will keep at it. And this afternoon, when I talk to you, I want to share some information about yet something else we're doing that will increase the expenditures on Texans with disabilities. With that, unless you have questions, members, I will turn it over to Jeffrey so that we can end promptly at noon when it's time to eat because your lunch is here.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's a certain training for the counselors, and then there's the standard for providers, which is two different things. And what we're finding as providers is that some of the counselors don't know what the standards are. And so that caused a problem with timely service, so how would that be addressed? And if it's being considered some changes in that?
What an excellent point. Our counselors have this very substantive code word for very long and somewhat complicated, right? Mark, Michelle, it's okay to say amen over there because they have a pretty direct experience working with our VR services manual. That is a lot for our counselors to master. And then the standards for providers. These two manuals do cross-reference, but the standards for providers has specific information about providers that's really important for our counselors to understand. I don't think we've always done a good job of that. We need to do a better job of that.
Yes.
And when Ms. Shaw updates the committee later this afternoon, maybe you can talk a little bit about that as well. And then whatever else we need to continue to do as we provide training for counselors, as we have those local provider liaisons, thinking about how they and the other regional office specialists can help our counselors really feel more confident about the standards. We will continue to work on that as well.
Thank you.
Great point.
Thank you. We're running a little over time, so Jeffrey, be aware that if you missed the 12 o'clock mark right up, that it's okay. We're running a little behind, so take the time as you feel you need. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, thank you for your patience with my rapid fire round here. I know I went through a lot of information quickly. I am always available to provide more. And hopefully I hit on some high points that show you we're working on each of these goal areas to make progress. All right, Jeffrey.
Understood. Thank you, Director Fuller. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The ad hoc request that my team and I worked on compares the wage outcomes of our VR customers with earnings of all Texans. So we want to know how the VR program is doing in helping to close the gap between wage earners who have disabilities and wage earners who do not. You all are likely aware that there is a significant divide in quarterly earnings between people with disabilities and their peers that do not have disabilities. So this is where our ad hoc request zeroed in, and I think that it was an excellent recommendation for us to look into this. Please let me know when you can see my screen. Oh, Director Fuller, you may need to stop screen sharing so that I can share the ad hoc report.
Okay, starting to push buttons I don't know. All right,
It looks like it works.
okay.
All right. Let me know when you all can see an Excel worksheet.
Yes.
Excellent. So this is the table of contents for the ad hoc review that we did on wages. And I want to briefly go over our methodology because we broke out demographic categories to consider adults and youth separately. So the first three tables that I'm going to take you through compare annualized median wages of successful exiters from the VR program to all working Texans, excluding those successful exiters from calendar years 2017 to 2021. The reason we narrowed our focus to successful exiters from the VR program is that we want to see the impact of participation in the VR program when things go right. One drawback of the current WIOA common measures, for example, earnings Q2 after exit, is that there's no distinction between successful exiters and unsuccessful exiters. So we accounted for seasonality by just summing the median quarterly wages across the calendar year to get the annual figure. So this figure is going to include all wage earners with wages reported to the Texas Unemployment Insurance System during the calendar year. It's not going to include people who are self-employed, out of state, or military or federal government workers. And it's important to emphasize that that is a small proportion of wage earners, but it's not a negligible proportion of wage earners. So we're just looking at general earning trends. So to take you through an example, the VR Successes annual median figure for calendar year 2021 would include VR participants who exited during calendar year 2020. So let's take a look at our first three tables. So first, looking at all ages versus the Texan median wage. Working Texans, their median wage, excluding VR Successes, we can see has enjoyed a modest increase since 2017. This is not accounting for inflation. This is just exact dollar amounts. So in 2017, we had median earnings for all Texans in the working age of about $37,000. By 2021, this had risen to nearly $43,000 in terms of median annual earnings. And that's going to be the 50th percentile. So half of people would be earning less than that amount. So it's the amount that's right in the middle when you lay out all of the quarterly earnings annualized for all Texans. Looking at VR successful exiters, 4 quarters post exit, we see in 2017, the annual earnings were just shy of about $18,000. By 2021, those annualized earnings had risen to $28,000. So that's the median amount, and the gap between the median annual wage earned by a VR successful exeter and by a general Texan. So the gap was about, the VR customer was about 48.1% of the person who did not have a disability in the general Texas workforce. By 2021, we can see a substantial narrowing of that gap to now our VR successful exeters are making about 65.5% of what Texans in general make during a year. So the wage gap right now is a difference of about $15,000 a year. When we look at adults, the gap is about $11,000 a year as of 2021. So adults who successfully exit the VR program, that is people who are 25 and older, not youth customers, are earning about 74.2% of what a general person in the Texas workforce is earning. And that's up from 52.2% in 2017. When we look at youth, the gap is even narrower. For 2021, the gap is only about $3,000. So successful youth customers are earning about 86.7% of what youth in the general Texas population would be earning. So what's the takeaway from this? There's still a substantial gap between the earnings of Texans in general and successful exeters from the VR program. But over the past 5 years, we've seen that gap narrow substantially. Any questions on this slide?
Yeah, I have a question. Is this comparison a job-to-job comparison or overall? So in other words, is this like, okay, if you have this job, a person who takes a job without a disability versus a person who takes the same job with a disability, is this the discrepancy or is it overall wages? Because I guess the question is the discrepancy based on the types of jobs that are being given and offered to individuals with disabilities, okay? Or is it actually an unfair wage discrepancy for the same job?
This is overall earnings, but given the structure of the UI data system, we would not be able to drill in to do a job-to-job comparison, unfortunately. But it is encouraging that the gap is closing in overall earnings. So that's pretty significant to go from, for example, a VR adult customer who successfully exited earning about half of what somebody in the general Texas workforce earns to up to 74% in 5 years.
Jeffrey, this is April Polris. This is probably a question you're going to get on just about everything you present to us. Is there any change in the 5 disability categories also? Or is that going to be, is the mean going to be pretty similar regardless of disability?
I would expect the median would vary quite a bit. If you look in the performance slides that are included in the binder, there are significant differences in quarterly earnings based on disability. So we can certainly expect that it would vary. Now, would it be worthwhile to look at how the different disability categories compare to the overall Texas wage? we might see some insights there, but we're going to see, for instance, that people with deafness and hard of hearing have the smallest wage gap. People with blind or visual impairments would have the second smallest. And so the way that it would break out would be pretty much the same on the as on the RCT performance slides that are included in the RCT binder. I could certainly pull that up just a second to compare, but let's reserve that comparison to the end of the ad hoc presentation so that we do not run short on time. Any further questions or comments before we go on to look at all ages by quarter? So we know that
Jeff, apologies. Just a quick comment. This is actually really great piece of work, and I'm with you. This is hugely encouraging. There are parts of the world where the gap is actually increasing. I do have one piece of data from England where their gap between able-bodied and disabled is increasing. So the fact that we are actually closing the gap is absolutely fantastic, and it's a great cause for celebration. Yes, plenty of work to do, but we're on the right track.
It is, but to clarify, this is not comparing the wage gap for all people with disabilities. We're only looking at people who successfully exited the VR program. So what this data tells us is that the VR program over the past 5 years has helped successful exiters to close the gap.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
My pleasure.
Do you think that the fact that potential employees are demanding, because there is a shortage of employees, there is a demand for, there are a lot of vacancies. Do you think that has made much difference in the population of customers that are served versus the general population?
We haven't really seen a change in our case mix proportions. And so the demographics of the VR customers pre-pandemic are comparable to the demographics of VR customers right now. Any further questions before we move on to a quarterly comparison? So we know that successful exiting from the VR program is helping to, as individuals who have been with our program, to close the wage gap between people with disabilities and Texans in the workforce overall. And that gap has become smaller over the past 5 years for persons with disabilities who participate in our program. The question remains, though, what's the long-term impact over time on people who successfully exit from the VR program? So this table, table 4, is looking at by quarter a breakdown of Texas median wage versus VR successful exeter median wage for all ages. So for instance, in 2018 quarter 3, the working Texans median wage, excluding VR successes, was about $9,398. For that same quarter, persons for whom it had been 1 quarter since they exited the program successfully made about $5,132. People who had exited the program 2 quarters ago were earning about $100 higher than that. 3 quarters, about $300 lower. 4 quarters after exit, a little bit lower. 8 quarters after exit, or 2 years, about the same amount. And 4 years after exit, we had seen a substantial drop in wages. So what we see over time, looking at each quarter, is that as participants are out of the VR program longer, there's a leveling off effect of the wage benefit that the program brought to them. So for instance, looking at the most recent quarter, 2021, quarter 4, we see that for working Texans, the median quarterly wage was almost $12,000. For our successful VR exiters who had been out of the program, successfully closed for 1 quarter, it was about 7,300. After 2 quarters, 7,400. After 3 quarters, it had gone up to about 7,800. After 4 quarters, it goes up again to about $8,200. But then something curious happens 2 years after exit. The wages drop down to what they were just 1 quarter after exit. And then it kind of just stagnates 4 years out beyond that. So we really don't understand why we see a boost in earnings for the first few quarters after successful exit, and then that benefit trails off in the years following. That's a interesting trend that's not really well understood right now. Any questions on this?
Yeah, Jeffrey, this is Gennady. Is it perhaps just simple timing of the data? So if you're looking into, for example, 2021 Q4, the bottom line on your chart, the folks in columns G and H, so Q, so 2 years after exit or 4 years after exit, it's a different cohort, right? It's a different cohort. So isn't it a timing thing? You're basically looking at the salaries and earnings of folks that went through the program at a different time. You could argue it was a different program. So it's not indicative of the wages dropping, it's just indicative of a different cohort that went through a different program.
That is partly applicable to this situation, but if that were the case, we would expect to see that people's wages consistently move upward over time after they come through the program. So the people who went through the program 4 years ago, as of 2021 Q4, are competing in the same wage market as the people who left the program just 1 quarter ago. And we would expect, since they've been out of the program longer and have become more established in their careers, they should be earning more than somebody who's just now starting with employment after their successful closure. And because we see this leveling off trend, not only for the most recent quarter, but universally going back into history for every quarter, it speaks to the fact that there is something occurring that causes a leveling off of wage increase for VR customers after 4 quarters, to the point where 4 years after exiting the VR program, people tend to be earning what they were during the first quarter when they left the VR program. So it's kind of it's a hill effect, if you will. When they first exit the VR program, their earnings go up, reach a maximum at about 4 quarters after exit, and then start trailing off and going down.
Jeffrey, I think one of the metrics that really needs to be looked at is, in general, and this isn't just for VR customers, but it's a very fluid workforce. So it's, it's not like 10, 15 years ago where somebody stays in a job forever. People are going in and out of work all the time. And perhaps some of this is due to periods of unemployment. So they may be reporting wages for a certain quarter, but in that quarter, they were in between jobs, so I think it would be a really hard analytic, you know what I'm saying? Because that could be some of what's happening there. They do really well in a job, they want to move up, they take another job thinking that's going to be better, when in fact it ends up being either a lateral move or not. I mean, I'm just speculating, but that could be part of what you're seeing in these numbers.
Since we're looking at median quarterly earnings, what we're seeing is that for all wage earners, for all VR successful closures, the median wage peaks at Q4 and then levels off and starts declining by 4 years after program exit. So individual effects of job switches and that kind of thing would be, in a sense, smoothed out by looking at just the median. So we're seeing that the overall earning power decreases by 4 years after the VR program. It goes up, spikes at Q4, and then trails off until at Q16, we're right back at where we were at Q1. That could mean that the emphasis from WIOA on returning to VR to get continual support for career advancement is very well placed, because this could be evidence that we really need to see customers return as they advance in their career to get the support they need to move forward.
This has been one of the issues in rehab for years too, is the question of advancement in, customers returning for further services in order to advance in their careers if they could not do so on their own and with their own resources or the resources of their employers. So I think this is something that we need to consider.
Agreed. Y'all are giving excellent feedback on this. I just very insightful comments, and I'm very pleased that the product that my team and I were able to produce has given you the insight that you sought in comparing the impact of VR program services over time on successful exiters.
Some of us have been in the field as long as we have and seen trends. Yeah.
It's incredible. And we need that insight from people who have been in the field, because without that insight, the data is not meaningful.
This is a high level, high quality RCT, Jeffrey.
Absolutely.
And,
you all are on fire today. I love it.
Thank you very much.
Jeffrey, I don't know that we track anything like this. I also wonder if there are any differences between people with congenital disabilities, disabilities are born with, versus people who are dealing with newly acquired disabilities, because there may be a larger learning curve going into the workforce.
I agree. And I think this circles back to the request to look at how wage is compared with across major disability categories. That's definitely an avenue that we should investigate.
That might be a sub-avenue too. I mean, as part of that, breaking out those categories and then looking at adventitiously versus congenitally acquired disabilities.
Absolutely. The trends that we noticed for adults and youth, it's pretty much the same story. And so adults, you see a spike at Q4 after successful exit, and then a trail off for 8 and 16 quarters later. There's some variation depending on which quarter we're considering, but these are overall trends. For instance, if we're looking at 2020 Q3, median wages for all Texans at that point were 10,000. And for VR successful exiters Q1 after exit, adults, that means 25 and older, we've got about $7,200 as our median wage. Kind of trails off until 4 years. People who have been out for 4 years, they're only making about $5,700 compared to people who have been out of the program for only 1 quarter for the same quarter. So it's a really mystifying trend, and it's not well understood. So this is definitely an avenue for further investigation. Youth, the trend is a little bit different. For youth, that is, we're limiting to people under the age of 25. There seems to be more consistent growth, even 4 years after exit from the program. So whether, this is related to congenital disability versus acquired disability or some other phenomenon, we're not really sure. But when we investigate further according to disability category, I think we'll gain some additional insights. This concludes the comparative wage analysis report that my team prepared for you all. Are there any questions before I let you go to lunch?
You have on both the adult and the youth by quarter, there were just 2 columns on, well, 1 on each, that I guess you have the data wasn't included due to a low case count. What
That's correct.
number did you cut off at that it was considered low?
5.
Oh, okay.
And the reason for that is about the availability of wage records and retention rules governing wage records.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Any further questions? Understood. Mr. Chairman?
Okay, Jeffrey, thank you so much. I appreciate your report and your compliment, and I certainly would agree with you that this council is on point. So thanks for recognizing that. Ms. Fuller, did you have anything to close? Okay.
No, sir.
Well, I would like to, before we go to lunch, recognize, first of all, congratulations for your election to presidency of is it the CSAVR? Okay. Well, congratulations for that.
Thank you.
The association will have good leadership. Not that it didn't before, but I know it will now.
I will do my best.
So yes, I'm grateful for that and glad that Strength from Texas is leading it now. So that's great. And also, I want to recognize you for and your team for listening to customers and reading and making changes. I mean, this process and this council of ours and recommendations and hearing customers, and it wouldn't have any effect when it got to you if it didn't create some changes. And you've clearly made some changes in the VR process, and I think it says a lot to your commitment to improving VR in Texas. So I wanted to recognize and make sure that everyone's aware that there are changes being done and it's happening. So I mean, here's one right here. We're having a fully broadcast hybrid meetings. So this is a new era in that in our RCT meeting. So that's part of it. So thank you, Ms. Fuller, for that. One last thing, I want to recognize all my fellow members and council members, and you guys pulled through this COVID fog with great grace. I mean, my gosh, it's here we are back in person again. I'm grateful to see each of y'all's faces and press palms and hugs and whatever else we're free to do now, which is great. But I just wanted to personally give y'all a great round of applause, a virtual round of applause, I guess. Y'all did such a great job. Everybody, you know, as Texans do, pick up, maybe got bucked off the horse and got up and dusted off your jeans and got back on the horse. And it's really impressive. So I'm say that I'm proud to be the chair of this council that pulled it together and, you know, kept things going as we Texans do. So thank you guys, each and every one of you, for doing that. And, you know, Ms. Majesty West was having symptoms and on the Zoom, you know, with us still at early, you know, in COVID, having symptoms, and other people suffered some, you know, difficult times, and we appreciate that you guys, you know, pulled it together and got through and are back today. So anyway, I just want to recognize y'all for that. So we're running a little bit late, 10 minutes late to be exact. So we'll come back for public comment at 1:10. And until then, we'll stand in recess for lunch break. So thank you very much. Okay, members, thank you guys. Welcome back to the meeting. Thanks for making it back to your desks on time. I appreciate that. And now we will move into the public comment section. Before we get started with that, I wanted to remind both members and perhaps those watching that this is a session for public comment, meaning that we council members hear public comment for 3 minutes for each speaker, and you'll get an indication. Ms. Godwin, what do you think? A 15-second to the end of the 3 minutes? Is that fine? Okay. And will you just let them know with your voice, or how? I guess so. Okay. So for those preparing to speak, FYI, you'll get a 15-second notice towards the end. And for members, this is a public comment, meaning we listen to what they have to say. And if you have any questions for clarification or need any explanation, feel free to ask the public comment commentor that question or clarification. But it's not designed for an engagement process. If there's deeper questions and answers to be covered, we will can address those in an email format, or perhaps even a phone call at a later date. But for this public comment section, it's for 3 minutes for each speaker. So having said that, is Ms. Sanchez available for public comment? We're trying to figure out how to transition into that. We're going to have to if you bear with us and figure out how to blend this into the meeting so that we can hear them. Or Ms. Sanchez. I'm sorry?
Good afternoon, members. Yes, this is Carissa Sanchez. We actually had requested for our Associate Commissioner Keisha Rowe to provide public comment.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sanchez. We actually have Keisha Rowe registered for public comment as well. Is Ms. Rowe available for public comment?
Okay, wonderful.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, RCT Chair and members, and a special greeting to our esteemed Silk Chair. I am Keisha Rowe, Associate Commissioner for Rehabilitative and Independent Services with the Health and Human Services Commission. Thank you for allowing me to share with you an opportunity for you to provide feedback about the HHSC Independent Living Services Program. As many of you are aware, the IL program transitioned to HHSC after the abolishment of the Legacy Department of Assistive and Rehabilitative Services and outsourced to the Centers for Independent Living, who are the sole direct service delivery providers. During the last legislative session, Rider 83 was adopted and requires HHSC to conduct a study of the Independent Living Services Program. As part of the study, HHSC is working with professional research consultants, an external vendor, to develop and distribute a survey to a variety of stakeholders and partners to obtain information regarding their experiences with the ILS program, services available to individuals with disabilities, the effectiveness of service delivery, collaboration with SIL contractors, and ways to strengthen the program. The target date for survey distribution is mid-May. Surveys will be sent directly by email from the vendor PRC. Stakeholders will have 2 to 4 weeks to complete the survey, and repeat attempts to complete the survey will be sent to attract a higher response rate. As valuable stakeholders and collaborators, we invite each of you to share your experiences about the ILS program by participating in the survey, and encourage you to forward the survey to peers and partner organizations to cast a wider net and responses from a mix of partner groups. If you are interested in receiving the survey or have other organizations that you would like to ensure are surveyed, you can provide your email address to Ms. Lisa Godwin, and she will forward that to me. I will ensure you or whomever you forward are included on the distribution list. The initial stakeholder list includes organizations listed in the State Plan for Independent Living as regular collaborators, the Texas IO Network, and other key IO partners such as the Governor's Committee on People with Disabilities and the Coalition of Texans with Disabilities. Other advocacy groups such as the NFB and AFB, as well as organizations that advocate for the deaf, are included in the distribution list as well. Gov delivery notices, which is our main vehicle for HHSC communications, will also be sent to all subscribers who have requested to be kept informed on topics related to independent living, aging, or disability. Again, the goal is to cast a wide net to ensure maximum participation and feedback. As with any survey, the more responses, the better the conclusions that can be drawn. Your input is critical and will inform and assist HHSC to understand the effectiveness of the program, service delivery, and ways to strengthen the programs. I thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration in providing input on these valuable services for Texans with disabilities. Thanks again.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rowe. I appreciate your comment. Is there anyone else that is registered? I guess not, Miss Lisa would, okay. We still got this block of time set aside for public comment. So if someone were to register and be able to get it in quickly, I guess, or is it beyond registration time? I guess it probably is, isn't it? So, well, and if someone that may be online, which is to register for public comment for our next quarterly meeting, please feel free to do so. And at the link on the TWC website, is that right, Ms. Godwin? And, we would be grateful to hear what you have to say. So thank you, Ms. Rowe, for your comment, and Ms. Sanchez for your introduction, Ms. Rowe. So thank you for that. And I guess we're ahead of schedule now, so I guess we can move forward to Ms. Reeves. Is Ms. Reeves available to speak? She's virtual, so if she's available to speak on the state dyslexia coordinator, I'm sorry, she is the state dyslexia coordinator with TEA. Is she available?
I am here.
Okay, great. If you're ready, be happy to yield the floor to you for your presentation.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you all for having me today. Let me get my video started. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. Give me just a second.
Yeah, sorry, Ms. Reeves, I should have given you a heads up prior to if we ended or if we got finished with public comment early. So apologize for the last minute drop in. I appreciate your being at least ready to go now. So I apologize for not letting you know.
No, that is fine. I am used to it. I actually got here early just in case you guys wrapped up early. So it's all good. All right, I do have a video I'm going to share, and I hope I fix the sound on the notes in the notifications in there. So we're going to try it. If I have to go back, we'll go back. But again, thank you for having me and getting to share about dyslexia. That is one of my passions in life, so I'm more than happy to share with you guys today. So as he said, my name is Michelle Reeves. I'm the state dyslexia coordinator. I am also a dyslexia therapist and an individual with dyslexia. I have children with dyslexia. So this is near and dear to my heart. And like I said, I'm honored to serve in the position that I get to at TEA. So to get started today, I wanted to share one of my favorite videos that does a really great job of just giving a quick overview about what dyslexia is. So I'm going to show that to you. And then from there, I'm going to break it down into more specific detail. And like I said, let's hope the sound works here. I am going to ask for a thumbs up from somebody. I think everybody that I see online is not visible. So someone let me know if you can hear it. I'm going to start it right now.
There's no audio for us.
No audio here either online.
Great. That's what I was afraid of.
Hi, Michelle. This is Daniel.
Hi.
You share your video again. There should be a little checkbox at the bottom that says share sound.
Okay.
Stop sharing and then reshare.
Okay.
And don't you worry, at the beginning of this meeting, we warned everybody that there will be technical glitches. And we've done a pretty good job so far, but don't you sweat it. This is what we expected. So don't worry about it.
Great. Thanks. I appreciate that. Okay. So again, whoever was talking to me, where did because I clicked something.
So when you do the share button,
right here,
you're going to see a little window that's going to pop up, and then you're going to.
There it is, share sound.
And then share sound.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's try this again. Okay. Yeah, because I love this video. I want to share it. Here we go.
We hear sound.
Yay. Great. Thanks.
Take a moment to read the following.
How was that? Frustrating? Slow? What were those sentences about? They're actually a simulation of the experience of dyslexia, designed to make you decode each word. Those with dyslexia experience that laborious pace every time they read. When most people think of dyslexia, they think of seeing letters and words backwards, like seeing B as D and vice versa. Or they might think people with dyslexia see saw as was. The truth is, people with dyslexia see things the same way as everyone else. Dyslexia is caused by a phonological processing problem, meaning people affected by it have trouble not with seeing language, but with manipulating it. For example, if you heard the word cat and then someone asked you remove the C, what word would you have left? At. This can be difficult for those with dyslexia. Given a word in isolation like fantastic, students with dyslexia need to break the word into parts to read it. Fan, tas, tick. Time spent decoding makes it hard to keep up with peers and gain sufficient comprehension. Spelling words phonetically like S-T-I-K for stick and F-R-E-N-S for friends is also common. These difficulties are more widespread and varied than commonly imagined. Dyslexia affects up to 1 in 5 people. It occurs on a continuum. One person might have mild dyslexia, while the next person has a profound case of it. Dyslexia also runs in families. It's common to see one family member who has trouble spelling, while another family member has severe difficulty decoding even one-syllable words like catch. The continuum and distribution of dyslexia suggest a broader principle to bear in mind as we look at how the brains of those with dyslexia process language. Neurodiversity is the idea that because all our brains show differences in structure and function, we shouldn't be so quick to label every deviation from the norm as a pathological disorder, or dismiss people living with these variations as defective. People with neurobiological variations like dyslexia, including such creative and inventive individuals as Picasso, Muhammad Ali, Whoopi Goldberg, Steven Spielberg, and Cher, clearly have every capacity to be brilliant and successful in life. So here's the special way the brains of those with dyslexia work. The brain is divided into 2 hemispheres. The left hemisphere is generally in charge of language and ultimately reading, while the right typically handles spatial activities. fMRI studies have found that the brains of those with dyslexia rely more on the right hemisphere and frontal lobe than the brains of those without it. This means when they read a word, it takes a longer trip through their brain and can get delayed in the frontal lobe. Because of this neurobiological glitch, they read with more difficulty. But those with dyslexia can physically change their brain and improve their reading. With an intensive multisensory intervention that breaks the language down and teaches the reader to decode based on syllable types and spelling rules, the brains of those with dyslexia begin using the left hemisphere more efficiently while reading, and their reading improves. The intervention works because it locates dyslexia appropriately, as a functional variation in the brain, which naturally shows all sorts of variations from one person to another. Neurodiversity emphasizes this spectrum of brain function in all humans and suggests that to better understand the perspectives of those around us, we should try to not only see the world through their eyes, but understand it through their brains.
All right, so like I said, that was just a quick overview, very visual, which I love. But I'm going to go just a little deeper into what is dyslexia. So the definition of dyslexia is on this page here. This is from our dyslexia handbook. So the state has a dyslexia handbook for LEAs that provides guidance for them with instruction, screening, evaluation, everything that they are supposed to do and follow within the state guidelines. But as I read the definition, I'm going to read some of it, not all of it, but it defines dyslexia as a related disorder in the following way. So dyslexia means a disorder of constitutional origin manifested by a difficulty in learning to read, write, or spell despite conventional instruction, adequate intelligence, and sociocultural opportunity. So as you see at the bottom too, teachers are usually puzzled because they're doing well, but for some reason, they're struggling with reading and spelling. So I mentioned the handbook, so I just want to show it to you. And hopefully it popped up and you can see it. This is our state dyslexia handbook for our public schools. That provides all the information they need for guidance. And this is where the definition comes from. There is another definition in the handbook, and this is the one that I'm going to actually break down. So the International Dyslexia Association defines dyslexia in the following way. Dyslexia is a specific learning disability that is neurobiological in origin. It is characterized by difficulties with accurate and/or fluent word reading recognition and by poor spelling and decoding abilities. These difficulties typically result from a deficit in the phonological component of language. And so when we talk about phonological component of language, that's our sound system, putting sounds to letters. And you're going to hear that a lot, so that's why I wanted to bring that up. This is often unexpected in relation to the other cognitive abilities, the other things the student can do in the classroom, and effective classroom instruction. Even though they're getting great instruction, they still have issues with reading and spelling. Some secondary consequences may include problems in reading comprehension. And the reason they have problems with reading comprehension is because reading is so laboring that they spend so much time and effort on trying to figure out what the words are that they lose comprehension. And reduced reading experience that can impede vocabulary and background knowledge. You know, when I would work with teachers, I would ask them to think about something that they don't like to do and they're not good at. And then I would tell them, okay, now I want you to do that every day for 30 minutes. So when you think about a student with dyslexia or an individual with dyslexia who hasn't maybe received intervention and reading is so hard for them, they're not going to spend their time reading because it's difficult. So that in turn has a lack of vocabulary growth and possible background knowledge because of not being able to read other stories. So the primary reading and spelling characteristics of dyslexia. The first characteristic is difficulty with reading words in isolation. So this means having difficulty reading individual words in a list or one at a time. The words are not part of a sentence or a paragraph. I always like to explain it as, you know, visualize a white sheet of paper and you have all these words listed. That's hard to do. But then you think about someone with dyslexia, if they have a book in front of them and they have pictures and they have oral language, then you can kind of guess what that book is saying. I can honestly say for me as a reader, it wasn't until third grade that they realized she's just memorized things. She doesn't know how to read these words individually. I just made it up because I had oral language, I had pictures, I could tell a story. So that's what it means from words and just on paper versus a book that gives you clues. The second is a characteristic and difficulty accurately decoding unfamiliar words. So this means not being able to apply the correct sounds with the letters in an unknown word or a word that has not been taught. And when I think of sounds and letters, one story I always like to talk about is Pig Latin. Maybe you're familiar with it, maybe you're not. But as a child, I can remember my friends talking in Pig Latin. And basically you take a word and you take the first letter and you move it to the end of that word to make a new word. And you do that in a string of words to make a sentence. Well, I could never figure out what they were doing until one of my friends explained it to me. And I'm like, oh my word, there's no way. I don't even know what the sound of that first letter is, much less move it to the back and then make a whole new word. So unfamiliar words, or even words you know, but you don't know how to break down the sounds. Next is a difficulty with oral reading. This is when students read slowly and are unable to read some of the words correctly. So, and they don't have reading expression. So they may be reading it correctly, but it's very slow, it's very labored. And again, this is where a lot of our students will lose reading comprehension, or individuals, again, with dyslexia will lose comprehension because the effort to decode the single word impacts the effort to understand and to get comprehension. Okay, and then the last one is difficulty with spelling. So now we're going to take a closer look at the definition of dyslexia. Not that we haven't already been doing that, but I'm going to even break it down a little bit more. The first line in the definition tells us that dyslexia is a specific learning disability. This means that it refers to the specific skill area of reading and the process involved. So the International Dyslexia Association refers to a cluster of symptoms which results in people having difficulties with specific language skills, particularly in reading. Dyslexia is not a pervasive disorder such as an intellectual disability. It's a neurobiological disorder. Neurobiological means brain-based. The brains of those with dyslexia differ in function from those of typical developing readers. This means that dyslexia will persist across a lifetime, and individuals with dyslexia will have dyslexia across a lifetime. However, we learn to compensate for that in many different ways. Initially, readers with dyslexia have trouble analyzing words, transforming letters into sounds because they have underactivated neural pathways in the back of the brain. Even as readers with dyslexia mature, some may remain slow or non-fluent readers. So just like from the video, they talked about the parts of the brain. I'm not going to go into all of those pieces of it, but we actually have MRIs that they do studies and show what parts of the brain are functioning when an individual is reading. So as was stated previously, the International Dyslexia Association identifies dyslexia as a specific learning disability. A specific learning disability, as outlined in our Code of Federal Regulations, is part of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA. So I'm going to read just that top bullet there. Specific learning disability means a disorder in one or more of the basic phonological processes involved in understanding or in using language, spoken or written, that may manifest itself in the imperfect ability to listen, think, speak, read, write, spell, or to do mathematical calculations, including conditions such as perceptual disabilities, brain injury, minimal brain dysfunction, dyslexia, and developmental aphasia. So it's characterized by difficulties with accurate and or fluent word recognition, or by poor spelling and decoding difficulties. So this sentence in the IDA definition outlines areas of potential difficulty. Its characteristics are often observed in the classroom. For example, challenges at word level of reading related to either accuracy, which is reading words correctly, rate, the speed of which they read, or both. When students are evaluated for dyslexia, it's these characteristics that are informally evaluated. So examples of what teachers see in the classroom: difficulty recognizing common high-frequency words such as and, said, was, difficulty decoding unfamiliar words, slow and accurate and or reading without expression, difficulty connecting speech sounds with appropriate letter or letter patterns for spelling. These difficulties typically result from a deficit in the phonological component of language, as I mentioned earlier, connecting sounds to letters, that is often unexpected in relation to other cognitive abilities in the provision of effective classroom instruction. So as a teacher, you don't know what's going on. You're like, this kid can learn, but why are we not able to read and spell? So extensive research has validated the role that phonology plays in learning how to read. Overwhelming evidence exists linking the characteristics seen in students with dyslexia with the root cause of difficulties in the processing of phonological features of language. Notice also the definition indicates that the reading difficulties are typically due to the deficit in phonological, but not always. Because dyslexia is a language-based disability, sometimes the difficulties with phonology result in delayed oral language development as well. So common risk factors associated with dyslexia in preschool children include delay in learning to talk, difficulty with rhyming, trouble pronouncing words, struggles with new vocabulary words, or delayed word retrieval. In addition to difficulties resulting from a deficit, again in the phonological component of language, students with dyslexia may also exhibit cognitive abilities that are unexpected when compared to the deficits. So what are these other cognitive abilities? Dr. Sally Shaywitz in her book, Overcoming Dyslexia, states a student with dyslexia may also have relative strengths in areas such as reasoning, problem solving, understanding concepts, critical thinking, empathy, and vocabulary. So in the classroom, these abilities may be observed in the following ways: ability to learn orally in the class, able to learn and express meanings of words, understanding math word problems, high scores on group administered ability tests. Secondary consequences may include problems in reading comprehension and reduce reading experience that can impede growth of vocabulary and background knowledge. So as we reviewed earlier, a primary characteristic of dyslexia is difficulty with accurate and or fluent word recognition. A student with dyslexia may also exhibit difficulties with reading comprehension. So while not all students with dyslexia have reading comprehension issues, just remember it's the effort allocated to decoding each of the words at the single word level may have a negative impact on the effort a reader must have in order to monitor their comprehension. So difficulty with reading words consumes so much of the student's energy and focus while reading that it impacts the student's ability to gain meaning from text. And I can tell you as an adult with dyslexia, one of the things that I can explain to people is that when I am presenting and I have slides that have a lot of high level vocabulary and I'm really focusing on reading those words correctly, they're my slides, so I know the content and I know what it is about. But when I'm reading them to the group, I am for sure focusing on reading those words correctly, because what does it look like if I can't read correctly as an adult? So that's another way that you can see, I can see dyslexia within my life, because I'm not reading for comprehension in that, I'm reading to make sure I read the word correctly. So those were the deficits. Those are the things that we struggle with. And again, it's that phonological piece. It's putting the sounds to the letters, being able to process them, manipulate them. That is dyslexia. And that's where spelling becomes hard as well. But the next thing I want to talk about are our strengths, because as a dyslexic, we have some really great strengths. So we talked about the difficulties that individuals with dyslexia have, but let's look at their strengths. Dr. Shaywitz refers to these indicators of cognitive ability, that's all in orange, as our sea of strengths. And then with a singular deficit in blue, titled decoding, that impacts our reading and our spelling. So these difficulties in reading or spelling are, again, they're unexpected. But if you look at the sea of strengths, you have concept formation, comprehension, general knowledge, empathy, problem solving, vocabulary, critical thinking. So lots of strengths that we can bring to the table. So we should consider all the strengths that an individual with dyslexia has to draw from, however, and use them to support his or her learning and recognize their abilities. So I have another video that I wanted to share. I'm going to share the video and then I'm going to talk about just a brief little thing. This is from Made by Dyslexia, and they have a lot of great videos. If you're in LinkedIn, you may see it from time to time.
If you're dyslexic, it's kind of your superpower. It's like the way that you think.
Our brains, they're wired to, I think, process information differently.
It's just the way that you see the world.
I don't think people do think the way I think.
And we're curious, we're creative.
The way I see the world might be different from somebody else, but that's valid. In fact, it's vital.
The imagination, the storytelling, the communication, the empathy, all these positives.
We can simplify things. We see the big picture.
In a world which is pretty competitive, I think to be able to look at it differently is a huge advantage.
Dyslexic minds have exactly the skills we need for the workforce of tomorrow.
My spelling makes people laugh. It makes me laugh, actually. And my reading, if I'm sight reading, oh, it's a complete joke.
School was pretty difficult, to be honest. I wasn't a massive fan of the classroom.
I used to always hide in the store cupboard, but fortunately my English teacher knew that that was my spot.
It was hard for me to focus and concentrate in class.
I hated reading. I hated writing, like spelling in public, reading out loud.
Dyslexia can cause real challenges in traditional education. Memorizing lots of facts and figures, it can be difficult.
We're not teaching kids to think, we're teaching kids to pass exams.
If education is a challenge for a child with dyslexia, you need to understand how to educate them so that it isn't a challenge.
1 in 5 children suffer from dyslexia. That's 20% of the classroom. And yet teachers aren't trained to recognise it.
I think it's vital that teachers are trained about dyslexics. Because the world is changing and imagination is key to everything. And there's going to be a lot of kids whose potential are lost unless we train our teachers to effectively teach them.
Imagine a world where you've got, where you've got like a force of people who have this gift of dyslexia educated in a way that supports them. It means anything's possible, It means anything is possible.
So again, I wanted to share that. One of the main pieces is Richard Branson. He's a famous entrepreneur and dyslexic. I saw him recently on LinkedIn supporting dyslexic thinking. So this has been added to LinkedIn's list of recognized skills, a valued skill, and I just love that. Richard Branson states that dyslexic thinking means having problem-solving skills, a great imagination, creative, in the big picture, as he mentioned in there, seeing the big picture in things. So as we talked about what is dyslexia and what are the negative things that happen to us with dyslexia, there's also some positive, and I wanted to be sure and share that as well, and the abilities that we do have. And as you can see, I can read as well. So we can read, I have some struggles there. All right, let me go to the next. It's not going. Hold on just a second. Let's try one more time. There we go. Okay. So as you heard in the video at the very beginning, the first one, dyslexia is on a continuum. So it can be mild to severe. The accommodations just really depend on the individual and what their needs are. Where are they? There's not an absolute answer that I can say everyone needs this. It just depends. So what are some possible employer accommodations? It depends on the job. Obviously, you guys know that. What are some tools that are great for note-taking? There's a thing called a live scribe pen. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that, but it records. It has special paper. And you start writing and it's recording while you're writing. So you can go back to wherever, let's say you just put a number 1 and you click on that number 1, it's going to it's going to play back for you what was recorded at number 1. I can tell you as a student in master classes, that was a life thing for me. Wonderful to have that, because what happens with a lot of us with dyslexia is, like we mentioned with spelling, I'm in there taking notes, or maybe I'm on the job and I'm having to take notes, but I don't remember how to spell a certain word. And so I'm stuck that whole time trying to think about how do I spell that word comprehension. And by then I've been told 10 other things that either need to happen, or I'm in lecture, the topic. And so I've missed all of that. So that's where it becomes really great, because I don't have to know how to spell the word at that moment. I can come back to it later. One thing Sally Shaywitz talks about is how dyslexia robs you of time. It's like, if you just give me enough time to spell that word, I'll get it down there. But if I don't have the time, that's where a live scribe pen is really, really nice to have. So that's nice. Sharing the content in different ways. So just providing an outline. So if you have something, maybe the rules or whatever it is that they're learning about their employment, if they had an outline of the 10 pages that talk about what you can and cannot do or how you're supposed to do something particular, an outline would be a great thing to have. Provide things to read ahead of time. You know, if you expect me to read it right then and there, I can. However, it'd be great if I had it ahead of time so that I could be sure that I don't miss anything. One of my sons, actually, I'm not going to talk about the business, but they were in their 2 weeks of intern, you know, learning about the job and everything. And he came home and he said, "Mom, you would not believe what they made me do today for reading." And, you know, I'm a teacher at heart and I have been a teacher in the classroom. And he said, "They made me popcorn read." And if you're not familiar with popcorn reading, that's where, you know, you just pick kids in the class. And it's not a good way to do reading, because the whole time what we find out is you're just waiting on when is it going to be your turn and you're so worried about it. So needless to say, I don't think he heard anything that happened during that training that day because he was so worried that he was going to have to read and when that time came. Forms, if you can provide forms ahead of time so that they can be filled out, or maybe they're going to need some help with spelling. You know, I didn't have Siri back in my days of going to school, but wow, is it nice to have that when I can't think of a word. I don't remember who said it, but someone said with dyslexia, you're consistently inconsistent. And I apply that to spelling because some days, again, let's just use the word comprehension, I'm just typing away and I spell it. But maybe one day, the next day, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, how do you spell that word again?" And it just won't come to me. So Siri will tell me how to spell it. So that's fantastic. So having tools that we can use, again, depending on what your job is and what you're having to do. Text to speech, speech to text. You know, being able to have things read to you or the opportunity to read from the computer. I don't always use it, but sometimes if I'm reading a lot of material, it is nice to be able to listen to the reading, especially if I'm tired, because that's where things seem to fall apart when I'm getting tired at the end of the day. One thing that I use with text to speech is whenever I send emails out, I always play them back so that I will catch any mistake, because for some reason, that is the best way for me to catch them. I can read it to myself, don't catch them, but I can play it back and hear it and I catch mistakes or words I left out, anything grammar, you know, wise. So it's a great tool. And that takes me to providing spelling and grammar checking software. The great thing about that is that most software already has it in there. So, you know, if you're writing in Word or Google Docs, it's already there. It's not something you have to pay for. It's not extra. And then explicitly explaining tasks or processes. You know, provide a model. Show me. I always say, show me what it is that you want me to do, and I'll know it for a lifetime. So just being very explicit about tasks, what I'm expected to do in the job is very helpful. So I think that is it. So thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm not sure where my time was on that. Might have been a little faster. I guess if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Don't you worry about it. We called on you early and you had all the time that you needed. So thank you so much, Ms. Reeves. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Reeves other than mine that I'll wait to yield until one of my colleagues might have a question?
I actually have a question regarding and maybe Miss Emily can answer to this. You know, I'm not sure, but what kind of programs are in place in the Texas education system for individuals with dyslexia? I mean, if it's estimated that 1 in 5 individuals have dyslexia in the school system, you know, and teachers in the regular classroom are already completely overwhelmed and overworked with the jobs that they have just handling, you know, regular students and their, you know, behavioral problems and other issues. is there any movement or is there any type of a program at the public school level, especially in the elementary and middle school level, to address this? I don't know,
Yes.
because all my kids are grown, so I'm just curious.
No, I'm glad you asked. Yes, there is definitely, there are programs for students who are identified with dyslexia. And there are teachers on all the campuses. They're required to have teachers that are knowledgeable about dyslexia, that are trained in providing specific components of instruction for students with dyslexia. And again, I'm glad you asked because, like I said, Texas is one of the first states to actually start that movement in 1985. So we've been doing it for a while, and I'm going to say we do it quite well.
In regards to services and programs, are you aware, and you may already be aware of this, that the National Library Services is available for people who have reading difficulties of standard print, that one can receive books on in audio format. Also, it's not Recording for the Blind and Dyslexic anymore. It's a different name, but they do textbooks that they can do for downloadable and read audibly. And I had another thought. Oh, Kurzweil 3000. If something's not available, I mean, well, it can be scanned and then read back to a person, and the letters or the words are highlighted as they go across the screen. And I'm just wondering if you're aware of those kinds of services and products.
I am. Yes, thank you. Mhm.
Good.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Reeves? Okay, it's my turn. So my little brother has dyslexia, and he actually went to school in the early 80s, went to school somewhere up in Massachusetts or somewhere up east. I can't remember exactly where, because they specialized in it. And apparently there weren't any schools that helped with that. Is it a learning disability? What's it called? I'm not sure what it's classified as.
So yes, dyslexia is a learning disability.
Okay, is it's, but there are, it sounds obviously there since 85, you said there are many programs in our state now, so.
Oh, yes.
Okay. But he enjoyed reading and read a lot, and I did not enjoy reading so much. And I don't know, I don't think I have dyslexia, but I was never tested for it, but I don't know, can you be tested for it? Obviously it must be some way to determine.
Yes, there are private individuals that do evaluations for adults.
Right.
And some universities, if they're in the university system, they can get evaluations sometimes too.
So he enjoyed reading and read a lot. I never tested him on his reading, so I don't know if he comprehended it, his reading comprehension was all there, but I just found it interesting because it sounds to me like reading is quite a challenge, or at least trying to have some satisfaction of getting through what you're reading, huh?
Yes, definitely. I like I said, I have children with dyslexia, and I had one that would read tons of books, and but we would realize that he was just kind of skipping through the pages, but he had such a great way to infer, and his vocabulary is so great. Just he was able to just figure out what was going on. You would think he read the whole story, but he didn't. He just pulled pieces from it and then inferred.
Okay, well, thank you for indulging my personal education on dyslexia and understanding it a little better. I appreciate it. In my personal story, I'm not sure my brother would appreciate it, but oh well. It's just me being a mean big brother, I guess. Still, right? Okay, Ms. Bowden, is it out, or there's a button down here? Mine ran out of gas, so I'm glad yours still has some.
Okay, this is the question. It might be a little, I don't know what you call it, but what's your opinion on students that are blind and could be dyslexia? Have you heard about any research?
I know there is research out there. I wish I could actually give you those names. I actually had watched a couple of videos, so I know I have very little to bring to the table. I will just be honest, but it is an area that we are looking at more than we have in the past. So it's, I appreciate you bringing that up, and it's something that we are researching.
When you say that y'all are looking into it, I mean, like what, I don't know how to ask, like what could a vision teacher do to, if they suspect somebody that's blind may have dyslexia?
That's that's a really complicated question. I mean,
I apologize.
No, that's okay. I would have to get back to you on that because, like I said, it's very difficult to
can I email you
that out. Sure, yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, what is your? I mean, I don't know if
Okay. I can put it in the chat.
Thanks for asking.
And because my email is actually Dawn, that is my first name, and I go by Michelle. And I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, I'll send you an email.
Great, thank you. And then I can share those videos with you that are about research in that.
Okay, any more questions from Ms. Reeves?
I did see a question about summer programs for dyslexia. It would kind of depend on the public school, what they're providing. I'm trying to think. I know SMU used to provide something for students in the summer, but I'm not really sure if you're talking about summer programs for intervention or just summer programs for students with dyslexia to help them just build their self-esteem or encourage them to find out what their strengths are.
Okay, and you know what, Ms. Reeves, you can see those questions online. I can't see those. So if there aren't any more, and I don't believe there are any more in this room, is that correct? Okay. If you don't have anything more, Ms. Reeves, thank you so much for your presentation, your videos, and information.
All right, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely,
Bye.
thank you. Okay, on to, let's see here. We're looking for Ms. Fuller and Ms. Gafford for this U.S. Department of Education notice inviting applications for FY 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. We are really grateful for the timing of this meeting because it gives us an opportunity to share with you an opportunity that we have to apply for a grant. And we're excited about this and think that it can really further our efforts to improve the services we have for people with most significant disabilities. And so we wanted to share information about the opportunity with you today. I will give you an overview, and then Lucy Gafford with the University of North Texas is on. Y'all can wave up there to Lucy. Hi, Lucy. Cindy Geisman is also on. Cindy, one of the program specialists that works with me. Cindy's our lead for TWCVR, and I'll introduce Lucy and let you know her role here in just a few minutes. But first, let me talk to you a little bit about the Disability Innovation Fund. This may not be a fund that you've heard about a lot. This program called the Disability Innovation Fund program is provided by the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2020. In other words, it was created by Congress. And what it does is it allows our federal oversight agency, the Rehabilitation Services Administration in the U.S. Department of Education, to use funds that remain after the annual reallotment process. And we've talked about that annual reallotment process and how we have participated in that. That's the process that happens every year where agencies that cannot fully match their grant will identify the funds they can't fully match so that they can be redistributed to other state agencies. So what has happened in recent years are there are funds remaining after the redistribution. Congress authorized RSA to use those funds to provide services to people with disabilities, which is fantastic because it makes sure those funds are going back into the system. But there are some differences here. And so when they are issuing these grant notices or these invitations to apply, each year they are identifying a priority. So on March 22nd, just a few weeks ago, the Department of Education Rehabilitation Services Administration announced the Disability Innovation Fund for this fiscal year. There's a title. It is Subminimum Wage to Competitive Integrated Employment. The eligible applicants for this grant opportunity are state VR agencies in states that have not completely phased out subminimum wage employment. There are a few states that have completely phased it out. This means more than their state legislature passed a law requiring it to be phased out. It means they have completely phased it out. Those states are not eligible to apply. So it is state VR agencies that have not completely phased out subminimum wage employment. Now, the critical part of this is that the focus of this opportunity is really for us to be able to work together with partners to find opportunities for people making subminimum wage in Texas to move into competitive integrated employment, or for people contemplating going into subminimum wage to instead choose a path to prepare for competitive integrated employment. Texas does still have individuals working at subminimum wage. Certainly it's many fewer than were a few years ago, but for the official number, what we do is we look to the U.S. Department of Labor Wage and Hour Division, which manages the special certificates. Those are called 14C certificates. They publish this list with the data in January and July of each year. As of January 2022, Texas had 33 employers with current 14C certificates, employing 2,539 individuals with disabilities at subminimum wage. Now, this is down from about 9,100 in 2016, but there are still over 2,500 individuals that are earning subminimum wage. There were some other applications for 14C status that were not processed, so there was not information on those. So Texas certainly does have people that are making subminimum wage, and so we would be an eligible applicant for this grant. The total funding available for the entire program is $167 million. RSA is anticipating making between 12 to 18 awards. So the average award amount would be just under 9 million, but they are looking at a range of awards from 3.5 million to just under 14 million. The grants are for a 5-year period. One thing that's very important for us, sub-granting is allowable. This allows us to really engage partners to do this work should we receive a grant. And you may remember that in the regular VR program, sub-granting is not allowed. And so this opens flexibility in that area. What we have to do in our application is describe how participants in this grant program, should we get the grant, how they'll receive training and supports that are going to help them enter one or more of 5 target industries, or they're called topic areas. Or there's an opportunity to suggest another one. So here are the topic areas or the industries that the applicants must propose to engage people making subminimum wage or contemplating it in preparation for employment. The first one is essential workers. Certainly this focuses on a wide variety of occupations that would be considered essential workers. We all heard a lot about this during COVID-19, certainly. And there is a specific list that was published by the Department of Homeland Security that we can refer to when looking at the occupations in essential worker status. The second topic area is green jobs. And so this topic area is really focusing on a variety, again, of occupations and opportunities: solar panel installation and maintenance, energy efficient HVAC installation, even occupations involving forestry, operation of businesses that for electric vehicles, wind, water, utility. This is very broad. And so green job workers is a second topic area. The third, home and community-based service workers. Members, you have heard from our stakeholder organizations over the years that we really do lack the number of home and community-based workers, personal attendants particularly, to be of assistance to people with disabilities, to help them be independent in their homes and community and employment. This is really important. And so there's an opportunity here for this to be one of the focus areas. The fourth is the arts. So this is, again, a wide variety of occupations pertaining to the arts. It could be education and careers, community health and wellness, or cultural spaces. So again, very broad categories and opportunities. The fifth is transportation industry and related industry workers. So transportation industry, which is, it's everything in terms of actual transportation, but also warehousing and distribution. And boy, does Texas have a serious logistics and distribution hub, right? We are very strong, whether it's air, rail, water, truck, transportation. Transportation related could be like motor vehicle parts manufacturing, positions with federal and state departments of transportation. There is a sixth topic area that is called field initiated. So if a grant proposal proposes to, say, identify 3 of those topics and try to work in the occupational areas associated with those, then the application would submit as field initiated because we propose to combine. If there's another area that the applicant wants to propose, that would also fall under field initiated. So the focus on the work to open opportunities for competitive integrated employment has to be in 1 or more of these 6 topic areas. Now, again, the focus is on creating a collaborative, replicable, sustainable, evidence-based model. So there is a high bar for what is expected for organizations that receive this grant. So we really have to think about, as we prepare an application, what kind of a model is based on evidence, where we know there's been success, we know we can learn from it. What model works well with a broad array of partners and collaboration, because this work requires partnership. What model can we replicate once it's piloted for grantees that get this award? How can it be replicated? And how can it be sustained beyond the 5-year period of the grant? So these things all have to be considered in preparing the grant application. Again, focusing on two groups, youth and adults contemplating sub-minimum wage employment. How can we offer a different path? Youth and adults already in sub-minimum wage employment. How can we offer a path out? So projects that are funded by this grant will have to tackle the creation of those innovative models. What I would say is that we will have to have a broad array of partners, both as we develop the application, and if we are fortunate enough to receive a grant. I expect this to be highly competitive, but if we're fortunate enough to receive a grant, we will need partnerships to implement that. Those partnerships, employers, current 14C employers, right, that have employees that make sub-minimum wage, school districts, our partners at TEA, our partners at Health and Human Service Commission, CRPs. We're going to need a variety of partners. Certainly RCT, you're a critical stakeholder, and there are other critical stakeholders in this process. The application process is pretty intense. These applications are due on the 21st of June. For an application as robust as is required, a logic model, a work plan, an evaluation plan, our vice chair is going, because she's prepared some of these before and some of you. June 21st is like tomorrow. So there's a lot of work to be done here. But the bottom line is that we plan to apply for this grant. We see some incredible opportunity to continue the work that's been done so far, to provide pathways out of sub-minimum wage employment, and to provide pathways, that take someone in a different direction from the very beginning. We've done a lot of work. We know that some of the things, some of the strategies that we need in place in VR to do a better job of serving people with the most significant disabilities are strategies and models that we could develop under a grant like this. And then VR and our partnerships, we are the sustainability model. Because if we can have a model that we pilot and that we get good results from, that shows us how to better serve individuals with most significant disabilities, we can get more of them in VR program and be successful, which is something we really want to work on. What we will do, we are submitting this application, but we would not be able to do it without our lead partner, and that is the University of North Texas. So the University of North Texas, and specifically Lucy Gafford, the director of UNT-WISE, also adjunct faculty in the Department of Rehabilitation Counseling, and by the way, 16 years in the Texas VR program. She and her team and their collaborators are leading the bulk of the application preparation, the research, the reaching out to partners. And then Cindy and a team here internally in the agency are the VR team collaborating with Lucy and her team. And so I wanted to give them an opportunity to say hello, to talk a little bit about what they're doing. We wanted very much to let you know what we're applying for and to keep you posted. We will appreciate your support and all positive thoughts in the direction of DC after June 21st. We would really love to receive one of these grants, but we certainly know it will be highly competitive. So with that, I'd like to throw it to Lucy to say a hello and give you a few updates. And then Cindy, anything that I missed that I should have touched on?
Yes, hello everyone. It's nice to see you. Cheryl kind of gave a nice overview there of the grant. We are into our eyeballs of talking with all the various partners, trying to pull the pieces together and really write a very concise, because surprisingly, it sounds like a lot, but it's only 45 pages to explain how we're going to pull, I know 45 pages, pull all this together and really make a concerted effort to make an impact for our folks who are in sub-minimum wage and people who are contemplating going into sub-minimum wage. So we've got some great ideas. We've already pulled a lot of research together. We are looking at best practice. As Ms. Fuller stated, there are those different industries we're thinking about. In Texas, we are very lucky to have a business strong state. And so the main piece of this grant is looking at the demand side and how can we create opportunity in businesses where it's a direct pipeline. So we will be going underneath that field initiated so that we can partner with multiple businesses, because we also know Texas is a big state and industry is different from area to area. So we really want to be able to hone in on what opportunities are available in particular areas, as well as there's a lot of research around having informed choice for clients. So our sub-minimum wage participants or those thinking about going into sub-minimum wage should be their choice in thinking about what industries they want to go into. They're going to be more successful if they go into jobs that they want, and we're not forcing them into particular areas. So I think that's a really strong piece, the demand side, and then also thinking Texas has so much demand. We have tons of business. So I really believe there's a lot of opportunity. I think we're going to have a really strong application, and we'll cross fingers that when they're reviewing all of these applicants that, we get awarded and that VR gets awarded here in Texas. I've had a lot of great conversations with partners across the nation, and they're excited to hear that Texas is applying because they think Texas can be a leader in showing how to take, how to really make this work for our clients. So I'll leave it at that. I appreciate everyone's thoughts on this. And if anybody has any input they'd like to give, I'm open to suggestion and anything that you might have to say. And I know Cindy may have a few words too.
Thank you, Lucy. Cindy?
Thanks, Cheryl and Lucy. I just wanted to add a couple of things. RSA did let us know that we would receive notice, or the awardees, the selected grantees would receive notice no later than October 1st. And as Cheryl and Lucy mentioned, this is a 5-year grant. The first year of the grant, if we're successful, would be a planning phase. And then in year 2 through 5, then we would begin to serve individuals. The other thing just to mention is that the individuals that we can serve do not have to be in the VR program. They just have to be in sub-minimum wage employment or contemplating sub-minimum wage employment. So we have a big opportunity here. And like Cheryl mentioned, it's going to be very competitive. And RSA is really looking for innovative but evidence-based models. And so we really have to balance our creativity with developing a model that has been successful in other areas and maybe tweaking it a little bit or making it our own here in Texas. So we're going to work real hard to try to get this award, and we appreciate y'all's support.
Thank you, Cindy. Members, the last thing I would say is that if we're fortunate enough to get one of these grants, the University of North Texas will lead implementation. So they're our lead partner for development of the application and for implementation. They certainly will have other collaborators in and out of state, but they will be our lead. We would anticipate that in VR, we would hire a project director who can lead the VR engagement as we would implement a grant like this, so that we make sure we are all in together working on this, learning from it, and hopefully creating a model that will benefit individuals for years to come and be replicated through the VR program. So that's it. We wanted to make you aware. We'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Does anybody have any questions for team Lucy, Cheryl, and Cindy?
This is Karen. So maybe I missed it, but you guys have to submit the proposal in by June. You hope to get a decision in October. Are they going to give you any period of time to build it up, or to get people in place before it starts, or?
Really that first year.
Okay.
In that first year, the intense planning, the development of MOUs with key partners, the hiring of staff, that first year, the grantees will have to hit the ground running, but they'll have that ramp up in that first year before I think we're really expected to have pilot on the ground in year 2. Is that right, Cindy and Lucy?
Yes.
Did I miss, was anything related to farming and ranching as part of that, or is that a whole different category that?
So that agriculture is not one of the topic areas. However, I think there is some connection to green job workers. They talked about occupations in forestry. For example, they talked about occupations that are working in the forest to remove excess undergrowth and the types of circumstances in forests that can really, I guess, hamper the ability of those forests to remain vital and healthy. I don't see agriculture named specifically elsewhere, but I would defer to Cindy and Lucy to see if you guys have seen anything else in some of those lists.
Not specifically related to agriculture, ranching, farming. However, that 6th category in the conversations in the Q&A with RSA, they were pretty open in be creative. And I think there's a strong case in Texas to tie in some industries that may fit in a particular area if these other areas aren't there as well. And we're not necessarily saying only one industry per area. We want to leave that open to, what businesses would be willing to work with us and what industries are in demand.
And I would just add to that, in the essential worker category, that is very broad. And so grocery stores and the local farmers that provide products to grocery stores. I mean, you could make the case, I think, although like Lucy and Cheryl mentioned, it's not directly named, but the categories are all very broad. And so I think we make our case which models we want to use in which industry sectors.
Mr. Powell?
Yes, Lucy, I don't know if you're considered the collegiate recovery students. Every university in Texas now have a collegiate recovery, which covers mental health and substance use recovery. And so UNT and UNT Dallas and Denton, I helped to initiate the one in Denton, I think with Linda Holloway. So,
yes.
Right, so that might be someone you might want to consider as far as the students at the collegiate recovery.
So they do, we could potentially, if those folks were either in a sub-minimum wage position or considering sub-minimum wage employment, there are some very strict eligibility criteria for who we're serving on this grant. I will say the really exciting piece is, I think, however this project, if it comes to fruition, we'll will it into existence. However it comes into whatever it looks like exactly, I think there will certainly be ripple effects that are positive across different programs too. So that's exciting as well. But definitely we can keep those collegiate recovery programs in mind.
Outstanding. Any other questions for the team? Okay, well, thank you all very much, Ms. Fuller, Ms. Scafford, and Cindy. Appreciate your time and input, and we certainly will try to send some good vibes and good mojo towards getting the grant, because that certainly would be a great thing for us in Texas and VR. So thanks so much for putting it together, and hope you get it.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, it is time for us to go into our breakout sessions and committees. This is a part of our meeting that specific committees will meet together in their own room to discuss their issues, and then they will bring back the reports for these meetings tomorrow. So while the meetings will our meetings here will continue to happen in separate rooms, we will, at this point, put this meeting into recess, and with that, we will see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. where we will continue this meeting, quarterly meeting. But for now, I would ask for the policy group to go into room 247, member in education go to 248, and customer satisfaction education go to 246, and have our breakouts. So with that, we'll move to recess. So thank you very much. I will see you tomorrow morning.
We're in 246. Are you in the room?
I'm in the, yeah, which one?
Education membership?
No, I'm in the quality control.
Oh. Man,
It's a good time to
we're
get back.
good till tomorrow.